A Voyage Towards the South Pole and Round the World, performed in His Majesty's ships, the Resolution and Adventure, in the years 1772, 1773, 1774, and 1775. Written by James Cook, commander of the Resolution, in which is included Captain Furneaux's narrative of his proceedings in the adventure during the separation of the ships, in 2 volumes, Volume 2, Book 2, From Leaving New Zealand to Our Return to England. Chapter 1. The run from New Zealand to Terra del Fuego, with the range from Cape Deseada to Christmas Sound, and description of that part of the coast. At daybreak on the 10th, with a fine breeze at west-northwest, we weighed and stood out of the Sound, and after getting round the Two Brothers, steered for Cape Campbell, which is at the southwest. Entrance of the strait, all sails set, with a fine breeze at north. At 4 in the afternoon, we passed the Cape, at the distance of 4 or 5 leagues, and then steered south-southeast. 1/2 E, with the wind at northwest, a gentle gale, and cloudy weather. Next morning the wind veered round by the west to south, and forced us more to the east than I intended. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the snowy mountains bore west by south, and Cape Palliser 1/2 west, distant 16 or 17 leagues, from which Cape the Wine, for the 3rd time, took my departure. After a few hours' calm, a breeze springing up at north, we steered south by east, all sails set, with a view of getting into the latitude of 54 degrees or 55 degrees. My intention being to cross this vast ocean nearly in these parallels, and so as to pass over those parts which were left unexplored the preceding summer. In the morning of the 12th, the wind increased to a fine gale. At noon, we observed in latitude 43 degrees, 13 minutes, 30 seconds south, longitude 176 degrees, 41 minutes east. An extraordinary fish of the whale kind was seen, which some called a sea monster. I did not see it myself. In the afternoon, our old companions, the pintado petrels, began to appear. On the 13th, in the morning, the wind veered to west-southwest. At 7, seeing the appearance of land to southwest, we hauled up towards it, and soon found it to be a fog bank. Afterwards, we steered southeast by south, and soon after saw a seal. At noon, latitude, by account, 44 degrees 25 minutes, longitude 177 degrees 31 minutes east. Foggy weather, which continued all the afternoon. At 6 in the evening, the wind veered to northeast by north and increased to a fresh gale, attended with thick, hazy weather. Course steered southeast, 1/4 south. On the 14th, AM saw another seal. At noon, latitude 45 degrees 54 minutes, longitude 179 degrees 29 minutes east. On the 15th AM, the wind veered to the westward, the fog cleared away, but the weather continued cloudy. At noon, latitude 47 degrees 30 minutes, longitude 178 degrees 19 minutes west. For having passed the meridian of 180 degrees east, I now reckon my longitude west of the first meridian, viz. Greenwich. In the evening heard penguins, and the next morning saw some sea or rockweed. At noon a fresh gale from the west and fine weather. Latitude observed 49 degrees 33 minutes, longitude 175 degrees 31 minutes west. Next morning fresh gales and hazy weather. Saw a seal and several pieces of weed. At noon, latitude 51 degrees 12 minutes, longitude 173 degrees 17 minutes west. The wind veered to the north, and NE by N blew a strong gale by squalls, which split an old topgallant sail and obliged us to double reef the topsails. But in the evening the wind moderated and veered to WNW when we loosed a reef out of each top sail and found the variation of the compass to be 9 degrees 52 minutes east, being then in the latitude 51 degrees 47 minutes, longitude 172 degrees 21 minutes west, and the next morning, the 18th, in the latitude of 52 degrees 25 minutes, longitude 170 degrees 45 minutes west, it was 10 degrees 26 minutes east. Towards noon, had moderate but cloudy weather and a great swell from the west, some penguins and pieces of seaweed seen. On the 19th steered east-southeast with a very fresh gale at north, hazy, dirty weather. At noon, latitude 53 degrees 43 minutes, longitude 166 degrees 15 minutes west. On the 20th, steered east by south with a moderate breeze at north, attended with thick, hazy weather. At noon, latitude 54 degrees 8 minutes, longitude 162 degrees 18 minutes west. On the 21st, winds mostly from the northeast, a fresh gale attended with thick, hazy, dirty weather. Course southeast by south, latitude at noon 55 degrees 31 minutes, longitude 160 degrees 29 minutes. Abundance of blue peterels and some penguins seen. Fresh gales at northwest by north and north by west, and hazy till towards noon of the 22nd, when the weather cleared up, and we observed in latitude 55 degrees 48 minutes south, longitude 156 degrees 56 minutes west. In the afternoon, had a few hours calm. After that, the wind came at south-southeast and southeast by south, a light breeze, with which we steered east northerly. In the night, the aurora australis was visible, but very faint, and no ways remarkable. On the 23rd, in the latitude of 55 degrees 46 minutes south, longitude 156 degrees 13 minutes west, the variation was 9 degrees 42 minutes east. We had a calm from 10 in the morning till 6 in the evening, when a breeze sprung up at west. At first it blew a gentle gale, but afterwards freshened. Our course was now east, 1/2 north. On the 24th, a fresh breeze at northwest by west and north by west. At noon, in latitude 55 degrees 38 minutes south, longitude 153 degrees 37 minutes west, foggy in the night, but next day had a fine gale at northwest, attended with clear, pleasant weather, course steered east. By N. In the evening, being in the latitude of 55 degrees 8 minutes south, longitude 148 degrees 10 minutes west, the variation, by the mean of 2 compasses, was 6 degrees 35 minutes east. Having a steady, fresh gale at north-northwest on the 26th and 27th, we steered east, and at noon on the latter were in latitude 55 degrees 6 minutes south, longitude 138 degrees 56 minutes west. I now gave up all hopes of finding any more land in this ocean and came to a resolution to steer directly for the west entrance of the Straits of Magalhães, with a view of coasting the out or south side of Terra del Fuego round Cape Horn to the Strait Le Maire. As the world has but a very imperfect knowledge of this shore, I thought the coasting of it would be of more advantage, both to navigation and to geography, than anything I could expect to find in a higher latitude. In the afternoon of this day, the wind blew in squalls and carried away the main top-gallant mast. A very strong gale northerly, with hazy rainy weather on the 28th, obliged us to double reef the fore and main topsail, to hand the mizzen topsail and get down the fore top-gallant yard. In the morning, the bolt rope of the main topsail broke and occasioned the sail to be split. I have observed that the ropes to all our sails, the square sails especially, are not of a size and strength sufficient to wear out the canvas. At noon, latitude 55 degrees 20 minutes south, longitude 134 degrees 16 minutes west, a great swell from northwest, albatrosses and blue peterels seen. Next day, towards noon, the wind abating, we loosed all the reefs out of the topsails, rigged another top-gallant mast, and got the yards across. PM little wind and hazy weather. At midnight calm, that continued till noon the next day, when a breeze sprung up at east, with which we stretched to the northward. At this time we were in the latitude 55 degrees 32 minutes south, longitude 128 degrees 45 minutes west, some albatrosses and peterels seen. At 8 p.m, the wind veering to NE, we tacked and stood to ESE. On the 1st of December, thick, hazy weather with drizzling rain and a moderate breeze of wind which, at 3 o'clock p.m, fell to a calm. At this time, in latitude 55 degrees 41 minutes south, longitude 127 degrees 5 minutes west. After 4 hours calm, the fog cleared away, and we got a wind at southeast with which we stood northeast. Next day, a fresh breeze at southeast and hazy, foggy weather, except a few hours in the morning, when we found the variation to be 1 degree 28 minutes east. Latitude 55 degrees 17 minutes, longitude 125 degrees 41 minutes west. The variation after this was supposed to increase, for on the 4th, in the morning, being in latitude 53 degrees 31 minutes, longitude 121 degrees 31 minutes west, it was 3 degrees 16 minutes east. In the evening, in latitude 53 degrees 13 minutes, longitude 119 degrees 46 minutes west, it was 3 degrees 28 minutes east. And on the 5th, at 6 o'clock in the evening, in latitude 53 degrees 8 minutes, longitude 115 degrees 58 minutes west, it was 4 degrees 1 minute east. For more than 24 hours, having had a fine gale at south, this enabled us to steer east with very little deviation to the north, and the wind now altering to southwest. And blowing a steady fresh breeze, we continued to steer east, inclining a little to south. On the 6th, had some snow showers. In the evening, being in latitude 53 degrees 13 minutes, longitude 111 degrees 12 minutes, the variation was 4 degrees 58 minutes east, and the next morning, being in latitude 58 degrees 16 minutes, longitude 109 degrees 33 minutes, it was 5 degrees 1 minute east. The wind was now at west, a fine, pleasant gale, sometimes with showers of rain. Nothing remarkable happened till the 9th at noon, when being in the latitude of 53 degrees 37 minutes, longitude 103 degrees 44 minutes west, the wind veered to northeast, and afterwards came insensibly round to the south, by the east and southeast, attended with cloudy, hazy weather and some showers of rain. On the 10th, a little before noon, latitude 54 degrees, longitude 102 degrees 7 minutes west, past a small bed of seaweed. In the afternoon the wind veered to southwest, blew a fresh gale, attended with dark, cloudy weather. We steered east half a point north, and the next day, at 6 in the evening, being in latitude 53 degrees 35 minutes, longitude 95 degrees 52 minutes west, the variation was 9 degrees 58 minutes east, many and various sorts of albatrosses about the ship. On the 12th, the wind veered to the west, northwest, and in the evening to north, and at last left us to a calm. That continued till midnight, when we got a breeze at south, which soon after, veering to and fixing at west, we steered east. And on the 14th in the morning, found the variation to be 13 degrees 25 minutes east, latitude 53 degrees 25 minutes, longitude 87 degrees 53 minutes west, and in the afternoon, being in the same latitude and the longitude of 86 degrees 2 minutes west, it was 15 degrees 3 minutes east, and increased in such a manner that on the 15th, in the latitude of 53 degrees 30 minutes, longitude 82 degrees 23 minutes west, it was 17 degrees east, and the next evening, in the latitude of 53 degrees 25 minutes, longitude 78 degrees 40 minutes, it was 17 degrees 38 minutes east. About this time, we saw a penguin and a piece of weed, and the next morning, a seal and some diving peterels. For the 3 last days, the wind had been at west, a steady fresh gale, attended now and then with showers of rain or hail. At 6 in the morning of the 17th, being nearly in the same latitude as above, and in the longitude of 77 degrees 10 minutes west, the variation was 18 degrees 33 minutes east, and in the afternoon it was 21 degrees 38, being at that time in latitude 53 degrees 16 minutes south, longitude 75 degrees 9 minutes west. In the morning, as well as in the afternoon, I took some observations to determine the longitude by the watch, and the results, reduced to noon, gave 76 degrees 18 minutes 30 seconds west. At the same time, the longitude, by my reckoning, was 76 degrees 17 minutes west. But I have reason to think that we were about half a degree more to the west than either the one or the other. Our latitude at the same time was 53 degrees 21 minutes south. We steered east by north and east 1/2 north all this day, under all the sail we could carry, with a fine fresh gale at northwest by west. In expectation of seeing the land before night, but not making it till 10 o'clock, we took in the studding sails, topgallant sails, and a reef in each topsail, and steered east-northeast, in order to make sure of falling in with Cape Deseada. 2 hours after, we made the land, extending from northeast by north to east by south, about 6 leagues distant. On this discovery, we wore and brought to, with the ship's head to the south, and having sounded, found 75 fathoms water, the bottom stone and shells. The land now before us could be no other than the west coast of Terra del Fuego, and near the west entrance to the Straits of Magalhães. As this was the first run that had been made directly across this ocean, in a high southern latitude asterisk, I have been a little particular in noting every circumstance that appeared in the least material. And after all, I must observe that I never made a passage anywhere of such length, or even much shorter, where so few interesting circumstances occurred. For, if I accept the variation of the compass, I know of nothing else worth notice. The weather had been neither unusually stormy nor cold. Before we arrived in the latitude of 50 degrees, the mercury in the thermometer fell gradually from 60 to 50, and after we arrived in the latitude of 55 degrees, it was generally between 47 and 45. Once or twice it fell to 43. These observations were made at noon. I have now done with the southern Pacific Ocean, and flatter myself that no one will think that I have left it unexplored, or that more could have been done in one voyage towards obtaining that end than has been done in this. Soon after we left New Zealand, Mr. Wales contrived and fixed up an instrument which very accurately measured the angle the ship rolled when sailing large and in a great sea, and that in which she lay down when sailing upon a wind. The greatest angle he observed her to roll was 38 degrees. This was on the 6th of this month, when the sea was not unusually high, so that it cannot be reckoned the greatest roll she had made. The most he observed her to heel or lie down when sailing upon a wind was 18 degrees, and this was under double-reefed topsails and courses. On the 18th at 3 in the morning, we sounded again and found 110 fathoms, the same bottom as before. We now made sail with a fresh gale at northwest and steered southeast, by E along the coast. It extended from Cape Deseada, which bore north 7 degrees east, to ESE, a pretty high ragged isle, which lies near a league from the main, and S, 18 degrees E. 6 leagues east from Cape Deseada, bore north 49 degrees east distant 4 leagues, and it obtained the name of landfall. At 4 o'clock, we were north and south of the high land of Cape Deseada, distant about 9 leagues, so that we saw none of the low rocks said to lie off it. The latitude of this cape is about 53 degrees south, longitude 74 degrees 40 minutes west. Continuing to range the coast, at about 2 leagues distance, at 11 o'clock we passed a projecting point, which I called Cape Gloucester. It shows a round surface of considerable height and has much the appearance of being an island. It lies SSE 1/2 E, distant 17 leagues from the Isle of Landfall. The coast between them forms two bays, strewed with rocky islots, rocks and breakers. The coast appeared very broken with many inlets, or rather it seemed to be composed of a number of islands. The land is very mountainous, rocky and barren, spotted here and there with tufts of wood and patches of snow. At noon, Cape Gloucester bore north, distant 8 miles, and the most advanced point of land to the southeast, which we judged to be Cape Noir, bore southeast by south, distant 7 or 8 leagues. Latitude observed 54 degrees 13 minutes south. Longitude made from Cape Deseada, 54 minutes east. From Cape Gloucester, off which lies a small rocky island, the direction of the coast is nearly southeast. But to Cape Noir, for which we steered, the course is south-southeast, distant about 10 leagues. At 3 o'clock, we passed Cape Noir, which is a steep rock of considerable height, and the southwest point of a large island that seemed to lie detached, a league or a league and a half from the main land. The land of the Cape, when at a distance from it, appeared to be an island disjoined from the other, but on a nearer approach we found it connected by a low neck of land. At the point of the Cape are 2 rocks, the one peaked like a sugar loaf, the other not so high, and showing a rounder surface. And S by E, 2 leagues from the Cape, are 2 other rocky islots. This cape is situated in the latitude of 54 degrees 30 minutes south, longitude 73 degrees 33 minutes west. After passing the 2 islets, we steered east-southeast, crossing the Great Bay of St Barbara. We but just saw the land in the bottom of it, which could not be less than 7 or 8 leagues from us. There was a space lying in the direction of ENE from Cape Noir, where no land was to be seen. This may be the channel of St Barbara, which opens into the Straits of Magalhães, as mentioned by Frisia. We found the Cape to agree very well with his description, which shows that he laid down the channel from good memoirs. At 10 o'clock, drawing near the SE point of the bay, which lies nearly in the direction of south 60 degrees east from Cape Noir, 18 leagues distant, we shortened sail and spent the night standing off and on. At 2 o'clock in the morning of the 19th, having made sail, we steered south-east by east along the coast and soon passed the southeast point of the Bay of St Barbara, which I called Cape Desolation, because near it commenced the most desolate and barren country I ever saw. It is situated in the latitude of 54 degrees 55 minutes south, longitude 72 degrees 12 minutes west. About 4 leagues to the east of this cape is a deep inlet, at the entrance of which lies a pretty large island, and some others of less note. Nearly in this situation, some charts place a channel leading into the Straits of Magalhães, under the name of Straits of Jerusalem. At 10 o'clock, being about a league and a half from the land, we sounded and found 60 fathoms water, a bottom of small stones and shells. The wind, which had been fresh at north by west, began to abate, and at noon it fell calm, when we observed in latitude 55 degrees 20 minutes south, longitude made from Cape Deseada, 3 degrees 24 minutes east. In this situation, we were about 3 leagues from the nearest shore, which was that of an island. This I named Gilbert Isle, after my master. It is nearly of the same height with the rest of the coast, and shows a surface composed of several peaked rocks unequally high. A little to the southeast of it are some smaller islands, and, without them, breakers. I have before observed that this is the most desolate coast I ever saw. It seems entirely composed of rocky mountains without the least appearance of vegetation. These mountains terminate in horrible precipices, whose craggy summits spire up to a vast height, so that hardly anything in nature can appear with a more barren and savage aspect than the whole of this country. The inland mountains were covered with snow, but those on the seacoast were not. We judged the former to belong to the main of Terra del Fuego, and the latter to be islands, so ranged as apparently to form a coast. After 3 hours calm, we got a breeze at southeast by east, and having made a short trip to south, stood in for the land, the most advanced point of which that we had in sight bore east, distant 10 leagues. This is a lofty promontory, lying east-southeast, 19 leagues from Gilbert Isle, and situated in latitude 55 degrees 26 minutes south, longitude 70 degrees 25 minutes west. Viewed from the situation we now were in, it terminated in 2 high towers, and within them a hill shaped like a sugar loaf. This wild rock, therefore, obtained the name of York Minster. 2 leagues to the westward of this head appeared a large inlet, the west point of which we fetched in with by 9 o'clock, when we tacked in 41 fathoms water, half a league from the shore. To the westward of this inlet was another, with several islands lying in the entrance. During the night between the 19th and 20th, we had little wind easterly, which in the morning veered to northeast and north-northeast, but it was too faint to be of use. And at 10, we had a calm, when we observed the ship to drive from off the shore out to sea. We had made the same observation the day before. This must have been occasioned by a current, and the melting of the snow increasing, the inland waters will cause a stream to run out of most of these inlets. At noon, we observed in latitude 55 degrees 39 minutes 30 seconds south, York Minster, then bearing north 15 degrees east, distant 5 leagues, and Round Hill, just peeping above the horizon, which we judged to belong to the Isles of St Ildefonso, 25 degrees south, 10 or 11 leagues distant. At 10 o'clock, a breeze springing up at east by south, I took this opportunity to stand in for the land, being desirous of going into one of the many ports which seemed open to receive us, in order to take a view of the country and to recruit our stock of wood and water. In standing in for an opening, which appeared on the east side of York Minster, we had 40, 37, 50 and 60 fathoms water, a bottom of small stones and shells. When we had the last soundings, we were nearly in the middle between the 2 points that form the entrance to the inlet, which we observed to branch into 2 arms, both of them lying in nearly north and disjoined by an high rocky point. We stood for the eastern branch as being clear of islots, and after passing a black rocky one, lying without the point just mentioned, we sounded and found no bottom with a line of 170 fathoms. This was altogether unexpected, and a circumstance that would not have been regarded if the breeze had continued. But at this time it fell calm, so that it was not possible to extricate ourselves from this disagreeable situation. 2 boats were hoisted out and sent ahead to tow, but they would have availed little had not a breeze sprung up about 8 o'clock at SW, which put it in my power either to stand out to sea or up the inlet. Prudence seemed to point out the former, but the desire of finding a good port and of learning something of the country, getting the better of every other consideration, I resolved to stand in, and, as night was approaching, our safety depended on getting to an anchor. With this view we continued to sound, but always had an unfathomable depth. Hauling up under the east side of the land which divided the 2 arms, and seeing a small cove ahead, I sent a boat to sound, and we kept as near the shore as the flurries from the land would permit, in order to be able to get into this place if there should be anchorage. The boat soon returned, and informed us that there was 30 and 25 fathoms water, a full cable's length from the shore. Here we anchored in 30 fathoms, the bottom sand and broken shells, and carried out a kedge and hawser to steady the ship for the night.
The Second Voyage of Captain James Cook.
Volume 2, Book 2.
From leaving New Zealand to our return to England. Chapter 2. Transactions in Christmas Sound, with an account of the country and its inhabitants. The morning of the 21st was calm and pleasant. After breakfast I set out with 2 boats to look for a more secure station. We no sooner got round, or above the point under which the ship lay, than we found a cove in which was anchorage in 30, 20, and 15 fathoms, the bottom stones and sand. At the head of the cove was a stony beach, a valley covered with wood, and a stream of fresh water, so that there was everything we could expect to find in such a place, or rather more, for we shot 3 geese out of 4 that we saw, and caught some young ones which we afterwards let go. After discovering and sounding this cove, I sent Lieutenant Clark, who commanded the other boat, on board, with orders to remove the ship into this place, while I proceeded farther up the inlet. I presently saw that the land we were under, which disjoined the 2 arms as mentioned before, was an island, at the north end of which the 2 channels united. After this I hastened on board, and found everything in readiness to weigh, which was accordingly done, and all the boats sent ahead to tow the ship round the point. But at that moment a light breeze came in from the sea, too scant to fill our sails, so that we were obliged to drop the anchor again, for fear of falling upon the point, and to carry out a kedge to windward. That being done, we hove up the anchor, warped up to, and weighed the kedge, and proceeding round the point under our staysails, there anchored with the best bower in 20 fathoms, and moored with the other bower, which lay to the north, in 13 fathoms. In this position we were shut in from the sea by the point above mentioned, which was in one with the extremity of the inlet to the east. Some islots, off the next point above us, covered us from the northwest, from which quarter the wind had the greatest fetch, and our distance from the shore was about 1/3 of a mile. Thus situated we went to work, to clear a place to fill water, to cut wood, and to set up a tent for the reception of a guard, which was thought necessary, as we had already discovered that, barren as this country is, it was not without people, though we had not yet seen any. Mr. Wales also got his observatory and instruments on shore, but it was with the greatest difficulty he could find a place of sufficient stability and clear of the mountains, which everywhere surrounded us, to set them up in. And at last he was obliged to content himself with the top of a rock, not more than 9 feet over. Next day I sent Lieutenants Clark and Pickersgill, accompanied by some of the other officers, to examine and draw a sketch of the channel on the other side of the island, and I went myself in another boat, accompanied by the botanists, to survey the northern parts of the sound. In my way I landed on the point of a low isle covered with herbage, part of which had been lately burnt. We likewise saw a hut, signs sufficient that people were in the neighbourhood. After I had taken the necessary bearings, we proceeded round the east end of Burnt Island and over to what we judged to be the main of Terra del Fuego, where we found a very fine harbour encompassed by steep rocks of vast height, down which ran many limpid streams of water, and at the foot of the rocks some tufts of trees, fit for little else but fuel. This harbour, which I shall distinguish by the name of the Devil's Basin, is divided, as it were, into 2, an inner and an outer one, and the communication between them is by a narrow channel 5 fathoms deep. In the outer basin I found 13 and 17 fathoms water, and in the inner 17 and 23. This last is as secure a place as can be, but nothing can be more gloomy. The vast height of the savage rocks which encompass it deprived great part of it, even on this day, of the meridian sun. The outer harbour is not quite free from this inconvenience, but far more so than the other. It is also rather more commodious and equally safe. It lies in the direction of north, 1.5 miles distant from the east end of Burnt Island. I likewise found a good anchoring place a little to the west of this harbour, before a stream of water that comes out of a lake or large reservoir, which is continually supplied by a cascade falling into it. Leaving this place, we proceeded along the shore to the westward and found other harbours which I had not time to look into. In all of them is fresh water and wood for fuel. But except these little tufts of bushes, the whole country is a barren rock, doomed by nature to everlasting sterility. The low islands, and even some of the higher, which lie scattered up and down the sound, are indeed mostly covered with shrubs and herbage, the soil a black rotten turf, evidently composed by length of time of decayed vegetables. I had an opportunity to verify what we had observed at sea, that the seacoast is composed of a number of large and small islands, and that the numerous inlets are formed by the junction of several channels. At least so it is here. On one of these low islands we found several huts which had lately been inhabited, and near them was a good deal of celery with which we loaded our boat and returned on board at 7 o'clock in the evening. In this expedition we met with little game, 1 duck, 3 or 4 shags, and about that number of rails or sea pies being all we got. The other boat returned on board some hours before, having found 2 harbours on the west side of the other channel, the one large and the other small, but both of them safe and commodious, though, by the sketch Mr. Pickersgill had taken of them, the access to both appeared rather intricate. I was now told of a melancholy accident which had befallen one of our marines. He had not been seen since 11 or 12 o'clock the preceding night. It was supposed that he had fallen overboard, out of the head where he had been last seen, and was drowned. Having fine pleasant weather on the 23rd, I sent Lieutenant Pickersgill in the cutter to explore the east side of the sound, and went myself in the pinnace to the west side, with an intent to go round the island under which we were at anchor, and which I shall distinguish by the name of Shag Island, in order to view the passage leading to the harbours Mr. Pickersgill had discovered the day before, on which I made the following observations. In coming from sea, leave all the rocks and islands lying off and within York Minster on your larboard side, and the Black Rock, which lies off the south end of Shag Island, on your starboard, and when abreast of the south end of that island, haul over for the west shore, taking care to avoid the beds of weeds you will see before you, as they always grow on rocks, some of which I have found 12 fathoms under water, but it is always best to keep clear of them. The entrance to the large harbour, or Port Clark, is just to the north of some low rocks lying off a point on Shag Island. This harbour lies in west, by S, 1.5 miles, and hath in it from 12 to 24 fathoms depth, wood and fresh water. About a mile without, or to the southward of Port Clark, is, or seemed to be, another which I did not examine. It is formed by a large island which covers it from the south and east winds. Without this island, that is, between it and York Minster, the sea seemed strewed with islots, rocks and breakers. In proceeding round the south end of Shag Island, we observed the shags to breed in vast numbers in the cliffs of the rock. Some of the old ones we shot, but could not come at the young ones, which are by far the best eating. On the east side of the island we saw some geese, and having with difficulty landed, we killed 3, which at this time was a valuable acquisition. About 7 in the evening we got on board, where Mr. Pickersgill had arrived but just before. He informed me that the land opposite to our station was an island which he had been round, that on another, more to the north, be found many terns' eggs, and that without the great island, between it and the east head, lay a cove in which were many geese, one only of which he got, besides some young goslings. This information of Mr. Pickersgill's induced me to make up 2 shooting parties next day, Mr. Pickersgill and his associates going in the cutter, and myself and the botanists in the pinnace. Mr. Pickersgill went by the NE side of the large island above mentioned, which obtained the name of Goose Island, and I went by the SW side. As soon as we got under the island, we found plenty of shags in the cliffs, but without staying to spend our time and shot upon these, we proceeded on, and presently found sport enough, for in the south side of the island were abundance of geese. It happened to be the moulting season, and most of them were on shore for that purpose and could not fly. There being a great surf, we found great difficulty in landing and very bad climbing over the rocks when we were landed, so that hundreds of the geese escaped us, some into the sea and others up into the island. We, however, by one means or other got 62, with which we returned on board all heartily tired. But the acquisition we had made overbalanced every other consideration, and we sat down with a good appetite to supper on part of what the preceding day had produced. Mr. Pickersgill and his associates had got on board some time before us with 14 geese, so that I was able to make distribution to the whole crew, which was the more acceptable on account of the approaching festival. For had not Providence thus singularly provided for us, our Christmas cheer must have been salt beef and pork, I now learnt that a number of the natives in 9 canoes had been alongside the ship and some on board. Little address was required to persuade them to either, for they seemed to be well enough acquainted with Europeans and had amongst them some of their knives. The next morning, the 25th, they made us another visit. I found them to be of the same nation I had formerly seen in Success Bay, and the same which Monsieur de Bougainville distinguishes by the name of Pecheras, a word which these had on every occasion in their mouths. They are a little, ugly, half-starved, beardless race. I saw not a tall person amongst them. They are almost naked. Their clothing was a sealskin. Some had 2 or 3 sewed together so as to make a cloak which reached to the knees, but the most of them had only one skin, hardly large enough to cover their shoulders, and all their lower parts were quite naked. The women, I was told, cover their nakedness with the flap of a sealskin, but in other respects are clothed like the men. They, as well as the children, remained in the canoes. I saw 2 young children at the breast entirely naked. Thus they are inured from their infancy to cold and hardships. They had with them bows and arrows and darts, or rather harpoons, made of bone and fitted to a staff. I suppose they were intended to kill seals and fish. They may also kill whales with them, as the Eskimo do. I know not if they resemble them in their love of train oil, but they and everything they had smelt most intolerably of it. I ordered them some biscuit, but did not observe them so fond of it as I had been told. They were much better pleased when I gave them some medals, knives, and so on. The women and children, as before observed, remained in their canoes. These were made of bark, and in each was a fire, over which the poor creatures huddled themselves. I cannot suppose that they carry a fire in their canoes for this purpose only, but rather that it may be always ready to remove ashore wherever they land, for let their method of obtaining fire be what it may, they cannot be always sure of finding dry fuel that will kindle from a spark. They likewise carry in their canoes large seal hides, which I judged were to shelter them when at sea, and to serve as covering to their huts on shore, and occasionally to be used for sails. They all retired before dinner, and did not wait to partake of our Christmas cheer. Indeed, I believe no one invited them, and for good reasons, for their dirty persons and the stench they carried about them were enough to spoil the appetite of any European, and that would have been a real disappointment, as we had not experienced such fare for some time. Roast and boiled geese, goose pie, and so on was a treat little known to us, and we had yet some Madeira wine left, which was the only article of our provision that was mended by keeping, so that our friends in England did not perhaps celebrate Christmas more cheerfully than we did. On the 26th, little wind next to a calm and fair weather, except in the morning, when we had some showers of rain. In the evening, when it was cold, the natives made us another visit, and it being distressing to see them stand trembling and naked on the deck, I could not do less than give them some baize and old canvas to cover themselves. Having already completed our water, on the 27th, I ordered the wood, tent and observatory to be got on board, and, as this was work for the day, a party of us went in 2 boats to shoot geese, the weather being fine and pleasant. We proceeded round by the south side of Goose Island, and picked up in all 31. On the east side of the island, to the north of the east point, is good anchorage in 17 fathoms water, where it is entirely landlocked. This is a good place for ships to lie in that are bound to the west. On the north side of this isle I observed 3 fine coves, in which were both wood and water, but it being near night I had no time to sound them, though I doubt not there is anchorage. The way to come at them is by the west end of the island. When I returned on board I found everything got off the shore and the launch in, so that we now only waited for a wind to put to sea. The festival, which we celebrated at this place, occasioned my giving it the name of Christmas Sound. The entrance, which is 3 leagues wide, is situated in the latitude of 55 degrees 27 minutes south, longitude 70 degrees 16 minutes west, and in the direction of north, 37 degrees west from St Ildefonso Isles, distant 10 leagues. These isles are the best landmark for finding the sound. York Minster, which is the only remarkable land about it, will hardly be known by a stranger from any description that can be given of it, because it alters its appearance according to the different situations it is viewed from. Besides the Black Rock, which lies off the end of Shag Island, there is another about midway between this and the east shore. A copious description of this sound is unnecessary, as few would be benefited by it. The sketch which accompanies this journal will be a sufficient guide for such ships as chance may bring hither. Anchorage, tufts of wood and fresh water will be found in all the coves and harbours. I would advise no one to anchor very near the shore for the sake of having a moderate depth of water, because there I generally found a rocky bottom. The refreshments to be got here are precarious, as they consist chiefly of wild fowl, and may probably never be found in such plenty as to supply the crew of a ship. And fish, so far as we can judge, are scarce. Indeed, the plenty of wildfowl made us pay less attention to fishing. Here are, however, plenty of mussels, not very large but well tasted, and very good celery is to be met with on several of the low islets, and where the natives have their habitations. The wildfowl are geese, ducks, sea pies, shags, and that kind of gull so often mentioned in this journal under the name of Port Egmont hen. Here is a kind of duck, called by our people racehorses, on account of the great swiftness with which they run on the water, for they cannot fly, the wings being too short to support the body in the air. This bird is at the Falkland Islands, as appears by Pernety's Journal Asterisk. The geese, too, are there, and seem to be very well described under the name of bustards. They are much smaller than our English tame geese, but eat as well as any I ever tasted. They have short black bills and yellow feet. The gander is all white. The female is spotted black and white or grey, with a large white spot on each wing. Besides the bird above mentioned, here are several other aquatic and some land ones, but of the latter not many. From the knowledge which the inhabitants seem to have of Europeans, we may suppose that they do not live here continually, but retire to the north during the winter. I have often wondered that these people do not clothe themselves better, since nature has certainly provided materials. They might line their sealskin cloaks with the skins and feathers of aquatic birds. They might make their cloaks larger and employ the same skins for other parts of clothing, for I cannot suppose they are scarce with them. They were ready enough to part with those they had to our people, which they hardly would have done had they not known where to have got more. In short, of all the nations I have seen, the Pacheras are the most wretched. They are doomed to live in one of the most inhospitable climates in the world, without having sagacity enough to provide themselves with such conveniences as may render life in some measure more comfortable.
Barren as this country is, it abounds with a variety of unknown plants, and gave sufficient employment to Mr. Forster and his party. The tree, which produceth the winter's bark, is found here in the woods, as is the holy-leaved barberry, and some other sorts which I know not, but I believe are common in the straits of Magalhães. We found plenty of a berry, which we called the cranberry, because they are nearly of the same colour, size and shape. It grows on a bushy plant, has a bitterish taste, rather insipid, but may be eaten either raw or in tarts, and is used as food by the natives. The Second Voyage of Captain James Cook. Volume 2, Book 2, From Leaving New Zealand to Our Return to England. Chapter 3, Range from Christmas Sound, round Cape Horn, through Strait Le Maire, and round Staten Land, with an account of the discovery of a harbour in that island, and a description of the coasts. At 4 o'clock in the morning on the 28th, we began to unmoor, and at 8 weighed, and stood out to sea, with a light breeze at northwest, which afterwards freshened, and was attended with rain. At noon, the east point of the Sound, Point Nativity, bore north 1/2 west, distant 1½ leagues, and St Ildefonso Isles, southeast 1/2 south, distant 7 leagues. The coast seemed to trend in the direction of east by south, but the weather being very hazy, nothing appeared distinct. We continued to steer southeast by east and east-southeast, with a fresh breeze at west-northwest till 4 o'clock p.m. when we hauled to the south in order to have a nearer view of St Ildefonso Isles. At this time, we were abreast of an inlet which lies east-southeast, about 7 leagues from the sound. But it must be observed that there are some isles without this distinction. At the west point of the inlet are 2 high-peaked hills, and below them, to the east, 2 round hills or isles, which lie in the direction of northeast and southwest of each other. An island, or what appeared to be an island, lay in the entrance, and another but smaller inlet appeared to the west of this. Indeed, the coast appeared indented and broken as usual. At 5:30 o'clock, the weather clearing up gave us a good sight of Ildefonso Isles. They are a group of islands and rocks above water, situated about 6 leagues from the main, and in the latitude of 55 degrees 53 minutes south, longitude 69 degrees 41 minutes west. We now resumed our course to the east, and at sunset, the most advanced land bore southeast by east, 3/4 east, and a point, which I judged to be the west point of Nassau Bay, discovered by the Dutch fleet under the command of Admiral Hermite in 1624, bore north 80 degrees east, 6 leagues distant. In some charts, this point is called False Cape Horn, as being the southern point of Terra del Fuego. It is situated in latitude 55 degrees 39 minutes south. From the inlet above, mentioned to this false cape, the direction of the coast is nearly east, half a point south, distant 14 or 15 leagues. At 10 o'clock, having shortened sail, we spent the night in making short boards under the top sails, and at 3 next morning made sail and steered southeast. By S, with a fresh breeze at WSW, the weather somewhat hazy. At this time, the west entrance to Nassau Bay extended from N by E to NE, 1/2 east, and the south side of Hermite's Isles, east by south. At 4, Cape Horn, for which we now steered, bore east by south. It is known at a distance by a high round hill over it. A point to the west-northwest shows a surface not unlike this, but their situations alone will always distinguish the one from the other. At 7:30, we passed this famous cape and entered the southern Atlantic Ocean. It is the very same point of land I took for the cape when I passed it in 1769, which at that time I was doubtful of. It is the most southern extremity on a group of islands of unequal extent lying before Nassau Bay, known by the name of Hermite Islands, and is situated in the latitude of 55 degrees 58 minutes, and in the longitude of 68 degrees 13 minutes west, according to the observations made of it in 1769. But the observations which we had in Christmas Sound, and reduced to the Cape by the watch, and others which we had afterwards and reduced back to it by the same means, place it in 67 degrees 19 minutes. It is most probable that a mean between the two, viz. 67 degrees 46 minutes, will be nearest the truth. On the northwest side of the Cape are 2 peaked rocks, like sugar loaves. They lie northwest, by N and SE by S by compass of each other. Some other straggling low rocks lie west of the Cape and one south of it, but they are all near the shore. From Christmas Sound to Cape Horn, the course is east, southeast 1/4 east, distant 31 leagues. In the direction of east-northeast, 3 leagues from Cape Horn, is a rocky point which I called Mistaken Cape, and is the southern point of the easternmost of Hermite Isles. Between these 2 capes there seemed to be a passage directly into Nassau Bay. Some small isles were seen in the passage, and the coast on the west side had the appearance of forming good bays or harbours. In some charts, Cape Horn is laid down as belonging to a small island. This was neither confirmed nor can it be contradicted by us, for several breakers appeared on the coast, both to the east and west of it, and the hazy weather rendered every object indistinct. The summits of some of the hills were rocky, but the sides and valleys seemed covered with a green turf and wooded in tufts. From Cape Horn we steered east by north 1/2 north, which direction carried us without the rocks that lie off Mistaken Cape. These rocks are white with the dung of fowls, and vast numbers were seen about them. After passing them, we steered northeast 1/2 east and northeast for Strait Le Maire, with a view of looking into Success Bay to see if there were any traces of the adventure having been there. At 8 o'clock in the evening, drawing near the strait, we shortened sail and hauled the wind. At this time, the Sugarloaf on Terra del Fuego bore north, 33 degrees west, the point of Success Bay, just open of the cape of the same name, bearing north 20 degrees east, and Staten Land, extending from north 53 degrees east to 67 degrees east. Soon after the wind died away, and we had light airs and calms by turns till near noon the next day, during which time we were driven by the current over to Staten Land. The calm being succeeded by a light breeze at north-northwest, we stood over for Success Bay, assisted by the currents, which set to the north. Before this, we had hoisted our colours and fired 2 guns, and soon after saw a smoke rise out of the woods above the south point of the bay, which I judged was made by the natives, as it was at the place where they resided when I was here in 1769. As soon as we got off the bay, I sent Lieutenant Pickersgill to see if any traces remained of the adventure having been there lately, and in the meantime we stood on and off with the ship. At 2 o'clock, the current turned and set to the south, and Mr. Pickersgill informed me when he returned that it was falling water on shore, which was contrary to what I had observed when I was here before, for I thought then that the flood came from the north. Mr. Pickersgill saw not the least signs of any ship having been there lately. I had inscribed our ship's name on a card, which he nailed to a tree at the place where the Endeavour watered. This was done with a view of giving Captain Furneaux some information in case he should be behind us and put in here. On Mr. Pickersgill's landing, he was courteously received by several of the natives, who were clothed in guanaco and seal skins, and had on their arms bracelets made of silver wire and wrought not unlike the hilt of a sword, being no doubt the manufacture of some Europeans. They were the same kind of people we had seen in Christmas Sound, and like them, repeated the word Pachera on every occasion. One man spoke much to Mr. Pickersgill, pointing first to the ship and then to the bay, as if he wanted her to come in. Mr. Pickersgill said the bay was full of whales and seals, and we had observed the same in the strait, especially on the Terra del Fuego side, where the whales, in particular, are exceedingly numerous. As soon as the boat was hoisted in, which was not till near 6 o'clock, we made sail to the east with a fine breeze at north. For since we had explored the south coast of Terra del Fuego, I resolved to do the same by Staten Land, which I believed to have been as little known as the former. At 9 o'clock, the wind freshening, and veering to northwest, we tacked and stood to southwest in order to spend the night, which proved none of the best, being stormy and hazy with rain. Next morning, at 3 o'clock, we bore up for the east end of Staten Land, which, at 4:30, bore south 60 degrees east, the west end south 2 degrees east, and the land of Terra del Fuego south, 40 degrees west. Soon after I had taken these bearings, the land was again obscured in a thick haze, and we were obliged to make way, as it were, in the dark, for it was but now and then we got a sight of the coast. As we advanced to the east, we perceived several islands of unequal extent lying off the land. There seemed to be a clear passage between the easternmost and the one next to it, to the west. I would gladly have gone through this passage and anchored under one of the islands to have waited for better weather, for on sounding we found only 29 fathoms water. But when I considered that this was running to leeward in the dark, I chose to keep without the islands and accordingly hauled off to the north. At 8 o'clock we were abreast of the most eastern isle, distant from it about 2 miles, and had the same depth of water as before. I now shortened sail to the 3 topsails to wait for clear weather, for the fog was so thick that we could see no other land than this island. After waiting an hour and the weather not clearing, we bore up and hauled round the east end of the island, for the sake of smooth water and anchorage, if it should be necessary. In hauling round, We found a strong race of a current, like unto broken water, but we had no less than 19 fathoms. We also saw on the island abundance of seals and birds. This was a temptation too great for people in our situation to withstand, to whom fresh provisions of any kind were acceptable, and determined me to anchor in order that we might taste of what we now only saw at a distance. At length, after making a few boards, fishing as it were for the best ground, we anchored in 21 fathoms water, a stony bottom, about a mile from the island, which extended from north. 18 degrees east to north, 55 degrees 1/2 west, and soon after, the weather clearing up, we saw Cape St John, or the east end of Staten Land, bearing south 76 degrees east, distant 4 leagues. We were sheltered from the south wind by Staten Land, and from the north wind by the island. The other isles lay to the west, and secured us from that wind, but beside being open to the northeast. And we also lay exposed to the NNW winds. This might have been avoided by anchoring more to the west, but I made choice of my situation for 2 reasons. First, to be near the island we intended to land upon, and secondly, to be able to get to sea with any wind. After dinner we hoisted out 3 boats and landed with a large party of men, some to kill seals, others to catch or kill birds, fish, or what came in our way. To find the former it mattered not where we landed, for the whole shore was covered with them, and by the noise they made one would have thought the island was stocked with cows and calves. On landing we found they were a different animal from seals, but in shape and motion exactly resembling them. We called them lions, on account of the great resemblance the male has to that beast. Here were also the same kind of seals which we found in New Zealand, generally known by the name of sea bears. At least we gave them that name. They were, in general, so tame, or rather stupid, as to suffer us to come near enough to knock them down with sticks. But the large ones we shot, not thinking it safe to approach them. We also found on the island abundance of penguins and shags, and the latter had young ones almost fledged and just to our taste. Here were geese and ducks, but not many, birds of prey, and a few small birds. In the evening we returned on board, our boats well laden with one thing or other. Next day, being January the 1st, 1775, finding that nothing was wanting but a good harbour to make this a tolerable place for ships to refresh at, whom chance or design might bring hither, I sent Mr. Gilbert over to Staten Land in the cutter to look for one. Appearances promised success in a place opposite the ship. I also sent 2 other boats for the lions, and so on we had killed the preceding day. And soon after, I went myself, and observed the sun's meridian altitude at the northeast. End of the island, which gave the latitude 54 degrees 40 minutes 5 seconds south. After shooting a few geese, some other birds, and plentifully supplying ourselves with young shags, we returned on board, laden with sea lions, sea bears, and so on. The old lions and bears were killed chiefly for the sake of their blubber, or fat, to make oil of. For, except their haslets, which were tolerable, the flesh was too rank to be eaten with any degree of relish. But the young cubs were very palatable, and even the flesh of some of the old lionesses was not much amiss, but that of the old males was abominable. In the afternoon, I sent some people on shore to skin and cut off the fat of those which yet remained dead on shore, for we had already more carcasses on board than necessary. And I went myself, in another boat, to collect birds. About 10 o'clock, Mr. Gilbert returned from Staten Land, where he found a good port, situated 3 leagues to the westward of Cape St John, and in the direction of north, a little easterly, from the NE end of the eastern island. It may be known by some small islands lying in the entrance. The channel, which is on the east side of these islands, is 1/2 mile broad. The course is in southwest by south, turning gradually to west by south and west. The harbour lies nearly in this last direction, is almost 2 miles in length, in some places near a mile broad, and hath in it from 50 to 10 fathoms water, a bottom of mud and sand. Its shores are covered with wood fit for fuel, and in it are several streams of fresh water. On the islands were sea lions and so on, and such an innumerable quantity of gulls as to darken the air when disturbed, and almost to suffocate our people with their dung. This they seemed to void in a way of defence, and it stunk worse than asafoetida, or what is commonly called devil's dung. Our people saw several geese, ducks and racehorses, which is also a kind of duck. The day on which this port was discovered occasioned my calling it New Year's Harbour. It would be more convenient for ships bound to the west or round Cape Horn if its situation would permit them to put to sea with an easterly and northerly wind. This inconvenience, however, is of little consequence, since these winds are never known to be of long duration. The southerly and westerly are the prevailing winds, so that a ship never can be detained long in this port. As we could not sail in the morning of the 2nd for want of wind, I sent a party of men on shore to the island, on the same duty as before. Towards noon, we got a fresh breeze at west, but it came too late, and I resolved to wait till the next morning when, at 4 o'clock, we weighed with a fresh gale at northwest by west, and stood for Cape St John, which at 6:30 bore north. By E, distant 4 or 5 miles. This cape, being the eastern point of Staten Land, a description of it is unnecessary. It may, however, not be amiss to say that it is a rock of a considerable height, situated in the latitude of 54 degrees 46 minutes south, longitude 63 degrees 47 minutes west, with a rocky islet lying close under the north part of it. To the westward of the cape, about 5 or 6 miles, is an inlet, which seemed to divide the land, that is, to communicate with the sea to the south. And between this inlet and the cape is a bay, but I cannot say of what depth. In sailing round the cape, we met with a very strong current from the south. It made a race which looked like breakers, and it was as much as we could do with a strong gale to make head against it. After getting round the cape, I hauled up along the south coast, and as soon as we had brought the wind to blow off the land, it came upon us in such heavy squalls as obliged us to double reef our topsails. It afterwards fell, by little and little, and at noon ended in a calm. At this time, Cape St John bore north 20 degrees east, distant 3½ leagues, Cape St Bartholomew, or the southwest. Point of Staten Land, S 83 degrees W, 2 high detached rocks, N 80 degrees W, and the place where the land seemed to be divided, which had the same appearance on this side, bore N 15 degrees west, 3 leagues distant. Latitude observed 54 degrees 56 minutes. In this situation we sounded, but had no bottom with a line of 120 fathoms. The calm was of very short duration, a breeze presently springing up at northwest, but it was too faint to make head against the current, and we drove with it back to the NNE. At 4 o'clock, the wind veered at once to S by E, and blew in squalls attended with rain. 2 hours after, the squalls and rain subsided, and the wind returning back to the west, blew a gentle gale. All this time, the current set us to the north, so that, at 8 o'clock, Cape St John bore west-northwest, distant about 7 leagues. I now gave over plying and steered southeast with a resolution to leave the land, judging it to be sufficiently explored to answer the most general purposes of navigation and geography. The Second Voyage of Captain James Cook, Volume 2, Book 2, From Leaving New Zealand to Our Return to England. Chapter 4. Observations, geographical and nautical, with an account of the islands near Staten Land and the animals found in them. The annexed chart will very accurately show the direction, extent and position of the coast along which I have sailed, either in this or my former voyage. The latitudes have been determined by the sun's meridian altitude, which we were so fortunate as to obtain every day, except the one we sailed from Christmas Sound, which was of no consequence, as its latitude was known before. The longitudes have been settled by lunar observations, as is already mentioned. I have taken 67 degrees 46 minutes for the longitude of Cape Horn. From this meridian, the longitudes of all the other parts are deduced by the watch, by which the extent of the whole mast be determined to a few miles. And whatever errors there may be in longitude must be general. But I think it highly probable that the longitude is determined to within a quarter of a degree. Thus the extent of Terra del Fuego from east to west, and consequently that of the Straits of Magalhães, will be found less than most navigators have made it. In order to illustrate this and to show the situations of the neighbouring lands, and by this means make the chart of more general use, I have extended it down to 47 degrees of latitude. But I am only answerable for the accuracy of such parts as I have explored myself. In laying down the rest, I had recourse to the following authorities. The longitude of Cape Virgin Mary, which is the most essential point, as it determines the length of the Straits of Magalhães, is deduced from Lord Anson, who made 2 degrees 30 minutes difference of longitude between it and the Strait Le Maire. Now, as the latter lies in 65 degrees 22 minutes, Cape Virgin Mary must lie in 67 degrees 52 minutes, which is the longitude I have assigned to it, and which, I have reason to think, cannot be far from the truth. The Strait of Magalhães and the east coast of Patagonia are laid down from the observations made by the late English and French navigators. The position of the west coast of America, from Cape Victory northward, I have taken from the discoveries of Sarmiento, a Spanish navigator, communicated to me by Mr. Stewart, F.R.S. Falkland Islands, are copied from a sketch taken from Captain M'Bride, who circumnavigated them some years ago in His Majesty's ship Jason, and their distance from the main is agreeable to the run of the Dolphin, under the command of Commodore Byron, from Cape Virgin Mary to Port Egmont, and from Port Egmont to Port Desire, both of which runs were made in a few days. Consequently, no material errors could happen. The southwest coast of Terra del Fuego, with respect to inlets, islands, and so on, may be compared to the coast of Norway. For I doubt if there be an extent of 3 leagues where there is not an inlet or harbour which will receive and shelter the largest shipping. The worst is that till these inlets are better known, one has, as it were, to fish for anchorage. There are several lurking rocks on the coast, but happily none of them lie far from land, the approach to which may be known by sounding, supposing the weather so obscure that you cannot see it. For to judge of the whole by the parts we have sounded, it is more than probable that there are soundings all along the coast and for several leagues out to sea. Upon the whole, this is by no means the dangerous coast it has been represented. Staten Land lies near east by north and west by south, and is 10 leagues long in that direction, and nowhere above 3 or 4 leagues broad. The coast is rocky, much indented, and seem to form several bays or inlets. It shows a surface of craggy hills which spire up to a vast height, especially near the west end. Except the craggy summits of the hills, the greatest part was covered with trees and shrubs, or some sort of herbage, and there was little or no snow on it. The currents between Cape Deseada and Cape Horn set from west to east, that is, in the same direction as the coast, but they are by no means considerable. To the east of the Cape, their strength is much increased, and their direction is northeast towards Staten Land. They are rapid in Strait Le Maire and along the south coast of Staten Land, and set like a torrent round Cape St John, where they take a northwest direction, and continue to run very strong both within and without New Year's Isles. While we lay at anchor within this island, I observed that the current was strongest during the flood, and that on the ebb its strength was so much impaired that the ship would sometimes ride head to the wind when it was at west and west-northwest. This is only to be understood of the place where the ship lay at anchor, for at the very time we had a strong current setting to the westward, Mr. Gilbert found one of equal strength near the coast of Staten Land, setting to the eastward, though probably this was an eddy current or tide. If the tides are regulated by the moon, it is high water by the shore at this place on the days of the new and full moon, about 4 o'clock. The perpendicular rise and fall is very inconsiderable, not exceeding 4 feet at most. In Christmas Sound it is high water at 2:30 on the days of the full and change, and Mr. Wales observed it to rise and fall on a perpendicular 3 feet 6 inches. But this was during the neap tides, consequently the spring tides must rise higher. To give such an account of the tides and currents on these coasts as navigators might depend on would require a multitude of observations, and in different places, the making of which would be a work of time. I confess myself unprovided with materials for such a task, and believe that the less I say on this subject, the fewer mistakes I shall make. But I think I have been able to observe that in Strait Le Maire the southerly tide or current, be it flood or ebb, begins to act on the days of new and full moon about 4 o'clock, which remark may be of use to ships who pass the strait. Were I bound round Cape Horn to the west, and not in want of wood or water, or any other thing that might make it necessary to put into port, I would not come near the land at all. For by keeping out at sea, you avoid the currents which, I am satisfied, lose their force at 10 or 12 leagues from land, and at a greater distance there is none. During the time we were upon the coast, we had more calms than storms, and the winds so variable that I question if a passage might not have been made from east to west in as short a time as from west to east, nor did we experience any cold weather. The mercury in the thermometer at noon was never below 46 degrees, and while we lay in Christmas Sound, it was generally above temperate. At this place, the variation was 23 degrees 30 minutes east, a few leagues to the south. West of Strait Le Maire, it was 24 degrees, and at anchor, within New Year's Isles, it was 24 degrees 20 minutes east. These isles are, in general, so unlike Staten Land, especially the one on which we landed, that it deserves a particular description. It shows a surface of equal height and elevated about 30 or 40 feet above the sea, from which it is defended by a rocky coast. The inner part of the isle is covered with a sort of sword grass, very green, and of a great length. It grows on little hillocks of 2 or 3 feet in diameter, and as many or more in height, in large tufts, which seem to be composed of the roots of the plant matted together. Among these hillocks are a vast number of paths made by sea bears and penguins, by which they retire into the centre of the isle. It is nevertheless exceedingly bad travelling, for these paths are so dirty that one is sometimes up to the knees in mire. Besides this plant, there are a few other grasses, a kind of heath, and some celery. The whole surface is moist and wet, and on the coast are several small streams of water. The swordgrass, as I call it, seems to be the same that grows in Falkland Isles, described by Bougainville as a kind of gladiolus, or rather a species of gramen asterisk, and named by Pernetti cornflags. The animals found on this little spot are sea lions, sea bears, a variety of oceanic, and some land birds. The sea lion is pretty well described by Pernetti, though those we saw here have not such 4 feet or fins as that he is given a plate of, but such fins as that which he calls the sea wolf. Nor did we see any of the size he speaks of, the largest not being more than 12 or 14 feet in length, and perhaps 8 or 10 in circumference. They are not of that kind described under the same name by Lord Anson, but for aught I know, these would more properly deserve that appellation. The long hair, with which the back of the head, the neck and shoulders are covered, giving them greatly the air and appearance of a lion. The other part of the body is covered with short hair, little longer than that of a cow or a horse, and the whole is a dark brown. The female is not half so big as the male, and is covered with a short hair of an ash or light dun colour. They live, as it were, in herds, on the rocks, and near the seashore. As this was the time for engendering as well as bringing forth their young, we have seen a male with 20 or 30 females about him, and always very attentive to keep them all to himself, and beating off every other male who attempted to come into his flock. Others again had a less number, some no more than 1 or 2. And here and there we have seen one lying growling in a retired place alone, and suffering neither males nor females to approach him. We judged these were old and superannuated. The sea bears are not so large by far as the lions, but rather larger than a common seal. They have none of that long hair which distinguishes the lion. Theirs is all of an equal length, and finer than that of the lion, something like an otter's, and the general colour is that of an iron grey. This is the kind which the French call sea wolves, and the English seals. They are, however, different from the seals we have in Europe and North America. The lions may too, without any great impropriety, be called overgrown seals, for they are all of the same species. It was not at all dangerous to go among them, for they either fled or lay still. The only danger was in going between them and the sea. For if they took fright at anything, they would come down in such numbers that, if you could not get out of their way, you would be run over. Sometimes, when we came suddenly upon them, or waked them out of their sleep, for they are a sluggish, sleepy animal, they would raise up their heads, snort and snarl, and look as fierce as if they meant to devour us. But as we advanced upon them, they always run away, so that they are downright bullies. The penguin is an amphibious bird, so well known to most people, that I shall only observe. They are here in prodigious numbers, so that we could knock down as many as we pleased with a stick. I cannot say they are good eating. I have indeed made several good meals of them, but it was for want of better victuals. They either do not breed here, or else this was not the season, for we saw neither eggs nor young ones. Shags breed here in vast numbers, and we carried on board not a few, as they are very good eating. They take certain spots to themselves and build their nests near the edge of the cliffs on little hillocks, which are either those of the swordgrass, or else they are made by the shags building on them from year to year. There is another sort rather smaller than these, which breed in the cliffs of rocks. The geese are of the same sort we found in Christmas Sound. We saw but few, and some had young ones. Mr. Forster shot one which was different from these, being larger, with a grey plumage and black feet. The others make a noise exactly like a duck. Here were ducks, but not many, and several of that sort which we called race horses. We shot some and found them to weigh 29 or 30 pounds. Those who eat of them said they were very good. The oceanic birds were gulls, terns, Port Egmont hens, and a large brown bird of the size of an albatross, which Pernety calls quebrantahuesas. We called them Mother Carey's geese and found them pretty good eating. The land birds were eagles, or hawks, bald-headed vultures, or what our seamen called turkey buzzards, thrushes, and a few other small birds. Our naturalists found 2 new species of birds. The one is about the size of a pigeon, the plumage as white as milk. They feed along shore, probably on shellfish and carrion, for they have a very disagreeable smell. When we first saw these birds, we thought they were the snow petrel, but the moment they were in our possession, the mistake was discovered, for they resemble them in nothing but size and colour. These are not web-footed. The other sort is a species of curlews nearly as big as a heron. It has a variegated plumage, the principal colours whereof are light grey, and a long crooked bill. I had almost forgot to mention that there are sea pies, or what we called, when in New Zealand, curlews, but we only saw a few straggling pairs. It may not be amiss to observe that the shags are the same bird which Bougainville calls saw bills. But he is mistaken in saying that the quebrantahuesas are their enemies, for this bird is of the petrel tribe, feeds wholly on fish, and is to be found in all the high southern latitudes. It is amazing to see how the different animals which inhabit this little spot are mutually reconciled. They seem to have entered into a league not to disturb each other's tranquillity. The sea lions occupy most of the sea coast. The sea bears take up their abode in the isle. The shags have post in the highest cliffs. The penguins fix their quarters where there is the most easy communication to and from the sea, and the other birds choose more retired places. We have seen all these animals mixed together, like domestic cattle and poultry in a farmyard, without one attempting to molest the other. Nay, I have often observed the eagles and vultures sitting on the hillocks among the shags, without the latter, either young or old, being disturbed at their presence. It may be asked how these birds of prey live. I suppose on the carcasses of seals and birds which die by various causes, and probably not few, as they are so numerous. This very imperfect account is written more with a view to assist my own memory than to give information to others. I am neither a botanist nor a naturalist, and have not words to describe the productions of nature, either in the one branch of knowledge or the other. The Second Voyage of Captain James Cook, Volume 2, Book 2, From Leaving New Zealand to Our Return to England. Chapter 5. Proceedings after leaving Staten Island, with an account of the discovery of the Isle of Georgia and a description of it. Having left the land in the evening of the 3rd, as before mentioned, we saw it again next morning, at 3 o'clock bearing west. Wind continued to blow a steady fresh breeze till 6 p.m, when it shifted in a heavy squall to southwest, which came so suddenly upon us that we had not time to take in the sails, and was the occasion of carrying away a top-gallant mast, a studding sail boom, and a fore-studding sail. The squall ended in a heavy shower of rain, but the wind remained at southwest. Our course was southeast, with a view of discovering that extensive coast laid down by Mr. Dalrymple in his chart, in which is the Gulf of St. Sebastian. I designed to make the western point of that gulf, in order to have all the other parts before me. Indeed, I had some doubt of the existence of such a coast, and this appeared to me the best route for clearing it up, and for exploring the southern part of this ocean. On the 5th, fresh gales, and wet and cloudy weather. At noon observed in 57 degrees 9 minutes. Latitude made from Cape St John, 5 degrees 2 minutes east. At 6 o'clock p.m, being in the latitude 57 degrees 21 minutes, and in longitude 57 degrees 45 minutes west, the variation was 21 degrees 28 minutes east. At 8 o'clock in the evening of the 6th, being then in the latitude of 58 degrees 9 minutes south, longitude 53 degrees 14 minutes west, we close-reefed our topsails and hauled to the north, with a very strong gale at west, attended with a thick haze and sleet. The situation just mentioned is nearly the same that Mr. Dalrymple assigns for the southwest point of the Gulf of St. Sebastian. But as we saw neither land nor signs of land, I was the more doubtful of its existence, and was fearful that by keeping to the south I might miss the land said to be discovered by La Roche in 1675, and by the ship Lion in 1756, which Mr. Dalrymple places in 54 degrees 30 minutes latitude and 45 degrees of longitude. But on looking over D'Anville's chart, I found it laid down 9 degrees or 10 degrees more to the west. This difference of situation being to me a sign of the uncertainty of both accounts, determined me to get into the parallel as soon as possible, and was the reason of my hauling to the north at this time. Towards the morning of the 7th, the gale abated, the weather cleared up, and the wind veered to the west-southwest, where it continued till midnight, after which it veered to northwest. Being at this time in the latitude of 56 degrees 4 minutes south, longitude 53 degrees 36 minutes west, we sounded but found no bottom with a line of 130 fathoms. I still kept the wind on the larboard tack, having a gentle breeze and pleasant weather. On the 8th at noon, a bed of seaweed passed the ship. In the afternoon, in latitude 55 degrees 4 minutes, longitude 51 degrees 43 minutes west, the variation was 20 degrees 4 minutes east. On the 9th, wind at northeast, attended with thick hazy weather, saw a seal and a piece of seaweed. At noon, latitude 55 degrees 12 minutes south, longitude 50 degrees 15 minutes west, the wind and weather continuing the same till towards midnight, when the latter cleared up, and the former veered to west and blew a gentle gale. We continued to ply till 2 o'clock the next morning, when we bore away east, and at 8 ENE, at noon, observed in latitude 54 degrees 35 minutes south, longitude 47 degrees 56 minutes west, a great many albatrosses and blue peterels about the ship. I now steered east, and the next morning in the latitude of 54 degrees 38 minutes, longitude 45 degrees 10 minutes west, the variation was 19 degrees 25 minutes east. In the afternoon, saw several penguins and some pieces of weed. Having spent the night lying to on the 12th, at daybreak we bore away and steered east northerly with a fine fresh breeze at west-southwest. At noon observed in latitude 54 degrees 28 minutes south, longitude in 42 degrees 8 minutes west. That is, near 3 degrees east of the situation in which Mr. Dalrymple places the north-east point of the Gulf of St. Sebastian, but we had no other signs of land than seeing a seal and a few penguins. On the contrary, we had a swell from east-southeast, which would hardly have been if any extensive track of land lay in that direction. In the evening the gale abated, and at midnight it fell calm. The calm, attended by a thick fog, continued till 6 next morning, when we got a wind at east, but the fog still prevailed. We stood to the south till noon, when, being in the latitude of 55 degrees 7 minutes, we tacked and stretched to the north with a fresh breeze at E by S and ESE, cloudy weather. Saw several penguins and a snow peterel, which we looked on to be signs of the vicinity of ice. The air, too, was much colder than we had felt it since we left New Zealand. In the afternoon, the wind veered to the southeast, and in the night to south-southeast, and blew fresh, with which we stood to the northeast. At 9 o'clock the next morning, we saw an island of ice, as we then thought, but at noon were doubtful whether it was ice or land. At this time, it bore E 3/4 S, distant 13 leagues. Our latitude was 53 degrees 56 minutes 1/2, longitude 39 degrees 24 minutes west. Several penguins, small divers, a snow peterel, and a vast number of blue peterels about the ship. We had but little wind all the morning, and at 2 p.m. it fell calm. It was now no longer doubted that it was land, and not ice, which we had in sight. It was, however, in a manner wholly covered with snow. We were farther confirmed in our judgment of its being land by finding soundings at 175 fathoms, a muddy bottom. The land at this time bore east by south, about 12 leagues distant. At 6 o'clock, the calm was succeeded by a breeze at northeast, with which we stood to southeast. At first it blew a gentle gale, but afterwards increased so as to bring us under double-reefed topsails, and was attended with snow and sleet. We continued to stand to the southeast till 7 in the morning on the 15th, when the wind veering to the southeast, we tacked and stood to the north. A little before we tacked, we saw the land bearing east by north. At noon, the mercury in the thermometer was at 35 degrees and 1/4. The wind blew in squalls, attended with snow and sleet, and we had a great sea to encounter. At a lee lurch which the ship took, Mr. Wales observed her to lie down 42 degrees. At 4:30 p.m. we took in the topsails, got down top-gallant yards, wore the ship, and stood to the southwest, under 2 courses. At midnight the storm abated, so that we could carry the topsails double-reefed. At 4 in the morning of the 16th we wore and stood to the east, with the wind at south-southeast, a moderate breeze, and fair. At 8 o'clock saw the land extending from east, by north to northeast by north. Loosed a reef out of each topsail, got top-gallant yards across, and set the sails. At noon observed in latitude 54 degrees 25 minutes and a half, longitude 38 degrees 18 minutes west. In this situation we had 110 fathoms water, and the land extended from north 1/2 west to east, 8 leagues distant. The northern extreme was the same that we first discovered, and it proved to be an island, which obtained the name of Willis's Island, after the person who first saw it. At this time we had a great swell from the south, an indication that no land was near us in that direction. Nevertheless, the vast quantity of snow on that in sight induced us to think it was extensive, and I chose to begin with exploring the northern coast. With this view, we bore up for Willis's Island, all sails set, having a fine gale at south-southwest. As we advanced to the north, we perceived another isle lying east of Willis's and between it and the main. Seeing there was a clear passage between the two isles, we steered for it, and at 5 o'clock, being in the middle of it, we found it about 2 miles broad. Willis's Isle is an high rock of no great extent, near to which are some rocky islots. It is situated in the latitude of 54 degrees south, longitude 38 degrees 23 minutes west. The other isle, which obtained the name of Bird Isle, on account of the vast number that were upon it, is not so high, but of greater extent, and is close to the northeast. Point of the main land, which I called Cape North. The southeast coast of this land, as far as we saw it, lies in the direction of south 50 degrees east and north 50 degrees west. It seemed to form several bays or inlets, and we observed huge masses of snow or ice in the bottoms of them, especially in one which lies 10 miles to the south-southeast of Bird Isle. After getting through the passage, we found the north coast trended east by north for about 9 miles, and then east and east-southerly to Cape Buller, which is 11 miles more. We ranged the coast at 1 league distance till near 10 o'clock, when we brought to for the night, and on sounding found 50 fathoms, a muddy bottom. At 2 o'clock in the morning of the 17th, we made sail in for the land, with a fine breeze at southwest. At 4, Willis's Isle bore west by south, distant 32 miles. Cape Buller, to the west of which lie some rocky islots, bore southwest by west, and the most advanced point of land to the east, south 63 degrees east. We now steered along shore at the distance of 4 or 5 miles till 7 o'clock, when, seeing the appearance of an inlet, we hauled in for it. As soon as we drew near the shore, having hoisted out a boat, I embarked in it, accompanied by Mr. Forster and his party, with a view of reconnoitring the bay before we ventured in with the ship. When we put off from her, which was about 4 miles from the shore, we had 40 fathoms water. I continued to sound as I went farther in, but found no bottom with a line of 34 fathoms, which was the length of that I had in the boat, and which also proved too short to sound the bay, so far as I went up it. I observed it to lie in southwest by south about 2 leagues, about 2 miles broad, well sheltered from all winds. And I judged there might be good anchorage before some sandy beaches which are on each side, and likewise near a low flat isle towards the head of the bay. As I had come to a resolution not to bring the ship in, I did not think it worth my while to go and examine these places, for it did not seem probable that anyone would ever be benefited by the discovery. I landed at 3 different places, displayed our colours, and took possession of the country in His Majesty's name, under a discharge of small arms. I judged that the tide rises about 4 or 5 feet, and that it is high water on the full and change days about 11 o'clock. The head of the bay, as well as 2 places on each side, was terminated by perpendicular ice cliffs of considerable height. Pieces were continually breaking off and floating out to sea, and a great fall happened while we were in the bay, which made a noise like cannon. The inner parts of the country were not less savage and horrible. The wild rocks raised their lofty summits till they were lost in the clouds, and the valleys lay covered with everlasting snow. Not a tree was to be seen, nor a shrub even big enough to make a toothpick. The only vegetation we met with was a coarse, strong-bladed grass growing in tufts, wild burnet, and a plant like moss which sprung from the rocks. Seals, or sea bears, were pretty numerous. They were smaller than those at Staten Land. Perhaps the most of those we saw were females, for the shores swarmed with young cubs. We saw none of that sort which we call lions, but there were some of those which the writer of Lord Anson's Voyage describes under that name. At least they appeared to us to be of the same sort, and are, in my opinion, very improperly called lions, for I could not see any grounds for the comparison. Here were several flocks of penguins, the largest I ever saw. Some which we brought on board weighed from 29 to 38 pounds. It appears by Bougainville's account of the animals of Falkland Islands that this penguin is there, and I think it is very well described by him under the name of first class of penguins dagger. The oceanic birds were albatrosses, common gulls, and that sort which I call Port Egmont hens, terns, shags, divers, the new white bird, and a small bird like those of the Cape of Good Hope, called yellow birds, which, having shot 2, we found most delicious food. All the land birds we saw consisted of a few small larks, nor did we meet with any quadrupeds. Mr. Forster indeed observed some dung, which he judged to come from a fox, or some such animal. The lands, or rather rocks, bordering on the sea coast, were not covered with snow like the inland parts, but all the vegetation we could see on the clear places was the grass above mentioned. The rocks seemed to contain iron. Having made the above observations, we set out for the ship and got on board a little after 12 o'clock with a quantity of seals and penguins, an acceptable present to the crew. It must not, however, be understood that we were in want of provisions. We had yet plenty of every kind, and since we had been on this coast, I had ordered, in addition to the common allowance, wheat to be boiled every morning for breakfast. But any kind of fresh meat was preferred by most on board to salt. For my own part, I was now, for the first time, heartily tired of salt meat of every kind. And though the flesh of the penguins could scarcely vie with bullock's liver, its being fresh was sufficient to make it go down. I called the bay we had been in Possession Bay. It is situated in the latitude of 54 degrees 5 minutes south, longitude 37 degrees 18 minutes west, and 11 leagues to the east of Cape North. A few miles to the west of Possession Bay, between it and Cape Buller, lies the Bay of Isles, so named on account of several small isles lying in and before it. As soon as the boat was hoisted in, we made sail along the coast to the east, with a fine breeze at west-southwest. From Cape Buller, the direction of the coast is south, 72 degrees 30 minutes east, for the space of 11 or 12 leagues to a projecting point, which obtained the name of Cape Saunders. Beyond this cape is a pretty large bay, which I named Cumberland Bay. In several parts in the bottom of it, as also in some others of less extent, lying between Cape Saunders and Possession Bay, were vast tracts of frozen snow or ice, not yet broken loose. At 8 o'clock, being just past Cumberland Bay and falling little wind, we hauled off the coast, from which we were distant about 4 miles, and found 110 fathoms water. We had variable light airs and calms till 6 o'clock the next morning, when the wind fixed at north and blew a gentle breeze, but it lasted no longer than 10 o'clock, when it fell almost to a calm. At noon, observed in latitude 54 degrees 30 minutes south, being then about 2 or 3 leagues from the coast, which extended from north 59 degrees west to south 13 degrees west. The land in this last direction was an isle, which seemed to be the extremity of the coast to the east, the nearest land to us being a projecting point which terminated in a round hillock, was, on account of the day, named Cape Charlotte. On the west side of Cape Charlotte lies a bay, which obtained the name of Royal Bay, and the west point of it was named Cape George. It is the east point of Cumberland Bay, and lies in the direction of southeast by east from Cape Saunders, distant 7 leagues. Cape George and Cape Charlotte lie in the direction of south, 37 degrees east and north, 37 degrees west, distant 6 leagues from each other. The isle above mentioned, which was called Cooper's Isle after my first lieutenant, lies in the direction of south, by E, distant 8 leagues from Cape Charlotte. The coast between them forms a large bay, to which I gave the name of Sandwich. The wind being variable all the afternoon, we advanced but little. In the night it fixed at S and SSW and blew a gentle gale, attended with showers of snow. The 19th was wholly spent in plying, the wind continuing at south and south-southwest, clear pleasant weather, but cold. At sunrise, a new land was seen, bearing southeast, 1/2 E. It first appeared in a single hill like a sugar loaf, sometime after other detached pieces appeared above the horizon near the hill. At noon, observed in the latitude 54 degrees 42 minutes 30 seconds south, Cape Charlotte bearing north 38 degrees west, distant 4 leagues, and Cooper's Isle south 31 degrees west. In this situation, a lurking rock, which lies off Sandwich Bay, 5 miles from the land, bore west 1/2 north, distant 1 mile, and near this rock were several breakers. In the afternoon we had a prospect of a ridge of mountains behind Sandwich Bay, whose lofty and icy summits were elevated high above the clouds. The wind continued at south-southwest till 6 o'clock, when it fell to a calm. At this time Cape Charlotte bore north 31 degrees west, and Cooper's Island west-southwest. In this situation we found the variation, by the azimuths, to be 11 degrees 39 minutes, and by the amplitude, 11 degrees 12 minutes east. At 10 o'clock, a light breeze springing up at north, we steered to the south till 12, and then brought to for the night. At 2 o'clock in the morning of the 20th, we made sail to southwest round Cooper's Island. It is a rock of considerable height, about 5 miles in circuit, and 1 mile from the main. At this isle, the main coast takes a southwest direction for the space of 4 or 5 leagues to a point, which I called Cape Disappointment. Off that are 3 small isles, the southernmost of which is green, low, and flat, and lies 1 league from the cape. As we advanced to southwest, land opened off this point in the direction of north 60 degrees west and 9 leagues beyond it. It proved an island quite detached from the main, and obtained the name of Pickersgill Island after my 3rd officer. Soon after a point of the main, beyond this island, came in sight in the direction of north 55 degrees west, which exactly united the coast at the very point we had seen, and taken the bearing of, the day we first came in with it, and proved to a demonstration that this land, which we had taken for part of a great continent, was no more than an island of 70 leagues in circuit. Who would have thought that an island of no greater extent than this, situated between the latitude of 54 degrees and 55 degrees, should, in the very height of summer, be in a manner wholly covered many fathoms deep with frozen snow, but more especially the southwest coast? The very sides and craggy summits of the lofty mountains were cased with snow and ice, but the quantity which lay in the valleys is incredible. And at the bottom of the bays, the coast was terminated by a wall of ice of considerable height. It can hardly be doubted that a great deal of ice is formed here in the water, which in the spring is broken off and dispersed over the sea. But this island cannot produce the 10,000th part of what we saw, so that either there must be more land, or the ice is formed without it. These reflections led me to think that the land we had seen the preceding day might belong to an extensive track, and I still had hopes of discovering a continent. I must confess the disappointment I now met with did not affect me much, for to judge of the bulk by the sample, it would not be worth the discovery. I called this island the Isle of Georgia, in honour of His Majesty. It is situated between the latitudes of 53 degrees 57 minutes and 54 degrees 57 minutes south, and between 38 degrees 13 minutes and 35 degrees 34 minutes west longitude. It extends SE by E and NW by W, and is 31 leagues long in that direction, and its greatest breadth is about 10 leagues. It seems to abound with bays and harbours, the NE coast especially. But the vast quantity of ice must render them inaccessible the greatest part of the year, or at least it must be dangerous lying in them on account of the breaking up of the ice cliffs. It is remarkable that we did not see a river or stream of fresh water on the whole coast. I think it highly probable that there are no perennial springs in the country, and that the interior parts, as being much elevated, never enjoy heat enough to melt the snow in such quantities as to produce a river or stream of water. The coast alone receives warmth sufficient to melt the snow, and this only on the NE side. For the other, besides being exposed to the cold south winds, is, in a great degree, deprived of the sun's rays by the uncommon height of the mountains. It was from a persuasion that the seacoast of a land situated in the latitude of 54 degrees could not, in the very height of summer, be wholly covered with snow that I supposed Bouvet's discovery to be large islands of ice. But after I had seen this land, I no longer hesitated about the existence of Cape Circumcision, nor did I doubt that I should find more land than I should have time to explore. With these ideas, I quitted this coast and directed my course to the east-southeast for the land we had seen the preceding day. The wind was very variable till noon, when it fixed at north-northeast and blew a gentle gale, but it increased in such a manner that before 3 o'clock we were reduced to our 2 courses and obliged to strike top-gallant yards. We were very fortunate in getting clear of the land before this gale overtook us, it being hard to say what might have been the consequence had it come on while we were on the north coast. This storm was of short duration, for at 8 o'clock it began to abate, and at midnight it was little wind. We then took the opportunity to sound, but found no bottom with a line of 180 fathoms. Next day the storm was succeeded by a thick fog, attended with rain. The wind veered to northwest, and at 5 in the morning it fell calm, which continued till 8. And then we got a breeze southerly, with which we stood to the east till 3 in the afternoon. The weather then coming somewhat clear, we made sail, and steered north in search of land. But at 6:30, we were again involved in a thick mist, which made it necessary to haul the wind and spend the night in making short boards. We had variable light airs next to a calm and thick foggy weather till 7:30 o'clock in the evening of the 22nd, when we got a fine breeze at north, and the weather was so clear that we could see 2 or 3 leagues round us. We seized the opportunity and steered to west, judging we were to the east of the land. After running 10 miles to the west, the weather again became foggy, and we hauled the wind and spent the night under topsails. Next morning at 6 o'clock, the fog clearing away so that we could see 3 or 4 miles, I took the opportunity to steer again to the west, with the wind at east, a fresh breeze. But 2 hours after, a thick fog once more obliged us to haul the wind to the south. At 11 o'clock, a short interval of clear weather gave us view of 3 or 4 rocky islets extending from SE to ENE, 2 or 3 miles distant. But we did not see the Sugarloaf Peak before mentioned. Indeed, 2 or 3 miles was the extent of our horizon. We were well assured that this was the land we had seen before, which we had now been quite round, and therefore it could be no more than a few detached rocks, receptacles for birds, of which we now saw vast numbers, especially shags, who gave us notice of the vicinity of land before we saw it. These rocks lie in the latitude of 55 degrees south and 75 degrees east, distant 12 leagues from Cooper's Isle. The interval of clear weather was of very short duration before we had as thick a fog as ever, attended with rain, on which we tacked in 60 fathoms water and stood to the north. Thus, we spent our time involved in a continual thick mist, and for aught we knew, surrounded by dangerous rocks. The shags and soundings were our best pilots, for after we had stood a few miles to the north, we got out of soundings and saw no more shags. The succeeding day and night we spent in making short boards, and at 8 o'clock on the 24th, judging ourselves not far from the rocks by some straggling shags which came about us, we sounded in 60 fathoms water, the bottom stones and broken shells. Soon after, we saw the rocks bearing SSW 1/2 W, 4 miles distant, but still we did not see the peak. It was, no doubt, beyond our horizon, which was limited to a short distance, and indeed we had but a transient sight of the other rocks, before they were again lost in the fog. With a light air of wind at north and a great swell from northeast, we were able to clear the rocks to the west, and at 4 in the PM, judging ourselves to be 3 or 4 leagues east and west of them, I steered south, being quite tired with cruising about them in a thick fog, Nor was it worth my while to spend any more time in waiting for clear weather, only for the sake of having a good sight of a few straggling rocks. At 7 o'clock, we had at intervals a clear sky to the west, which gave us a sight of the mountains of the Isle of Georgia, bearing west-northwest, about 8 leagues distant. At 8 o'clock we steered southeast by south, and at 10 southeast by east, with a fresh breeze at north, attended with a very thick fog. But we were, in some measure, acquainted with the sea over which we were running. The rocks above mentioned obtained the name of Clark's Rocks, after my second officer, he being the first who saw them. The Second Voyage of Captain James Cook. Volume 2, Book 2. From Leaving New Zealand to Our Return to England. Chapter 6. Proceedings after leaving the Isle of Georgia, with an account of the discovery of Sandwich Land, with some reasons for there being land about the South Pole. Having continued to steer ESE with a fine gale at NNW till daylight next morning, on seeing no land to the east, I gave orders to steer south, being at this time in the latitude of 56 degrees 33 minutes south, longitude 31 degrees 10 minutes west. The weather continued clear, and gave us an opportunity to observe several distances of the sun and moon for the correcting our longitude, which at noon was 31 degrees 4 minutes west. The latitude observed 57 degrees 38 minutes south. We continued to steer to the south till the 27th at noon, at which time we were in the latitude of 59 degrees 46 minutes south, and had so thick a fog that we could not see a ship's length. It being no longer safe to sail before the wind, as we were to expect soon to fall in with ice, I therefore hauled to the east, having a gentle breeze at north-northeast. Soon after the fog clearing away, we resumed our course to the south till 4 o'clock, when it returned again as thick as ever, and made it necessary for us to haul upon a wind. I now reckoned we were in latitude 60 degrees south, and farther I did not intend to go, unless I observed some certain signs of soon meeting with land. For it would not have been prudent in me to have spent my time in penetrating to the south, when it was at least as probable that a large tract of land might be found near Cape Circumcision. Besides, I was tired of these high southern latitudes, where nothing was to be found but ice and thick fogs. We had now a long, hollow swell from the west, a strong indication that there was no land in that direction, so that I think I may venture to assert that the extensive coast, laid down in Mr. Dalrymple's chart of the ocean between Africa and America and the Gulf of St. Sebastian, do not exist. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the fog receding from us a little, gave us a sight of an ice island, several penguins and some snow petrels. We sounded but found no ground at 140 fathoms. The fog soon returning, we spent the night in making boards over that space which we had, in some degree, made ourselves acquainted with in the day. At 8 in the morning of the 28th, we stood to the east with a gentle gale at north. The weather began to clear up, and we found the sea strewed with large and small ice. Several penguins, snow petrels and other birds were seen, and some whales. Soon after we had sunshine, but the air was cold. The mercury in the thermometer stood generally at 35, but at noon it was 37 degrees. The latitude by observation was 60 degrees 4 minutes south, longitude 29 degrees 23 minutes west. We continued to stand to the east till 2:30 o'clock p.m., when we fell in, all at once, with a vast number of large ice islands and a sea strewed with loose ice. The weather, too, was become thick and hazy, attended with drizzling rain and sleet, which made it the more dangerous to stand in among the ice. For this reason we tacked and stood back to the west with the wind at north. The ice islands, which at this time surrounded us, were nearly all of equal height, and showed a flat, even surface. But they were of various extent, some being 2 or 3 miles in circuit. The loose ice was what had broken from these isles. Next morning, the wind falling and veering to southwest, we steered northeast. But this course was soon intercepted by numerous ice islands, and, having but very little wind, we were obliged to steer such courses as carried us the clearest of them, so that we hardly made any advance, one way or other, during the whole day. Abundance of whales and penguins were about us all the time, and the weather fair, but dark and gloomy. At midnight, the wind began to freshen at north-northeast, with which we stood to the northwest till 6 in the morning of the 30th, when the wind veering to north-northwest, we tacked and stood to northeast, and soon after sailed through a good deal of loose ice and past 2 large islands. Except a short interval of clear weather about 9 o'clock, it was continually foggy, with either sleet or snow. At noon, we were, by our reckoning, in the latitude of 59 degrees 3 minutes south, longitude 29 degrees 24 minutes west. Continuing to stand to NE with a fresh breeze at NNW at 2 o'clock, we passed one of the largest ice islands we had seen in the voyage, and some time after passed 2 others, which were much smaller. Weather still foggy with sleet, and the wind continued at north by west, with which we stood to northeast, over a sea strewed with ice. At half an hour past 6 next morning, as we were standing north-northeast, with the wind at west, the fog very fortunately clearing away a little, we discovered land ahead 3 or 4 miles distant. On this we hauled the wind to the north, but finding we could not weather the land on this tack, we soon after tacked in 175 fathoms water, 3 miles from the shore, and about half a league from some breakers. The weather then cleared up a little more, and gave us a tolerably good sight of the land. That which we had fallen in with proved 3 rocky islots of considerable height. The outermost terminated in a lofty peak like a sugar loaf, and obtained the name of Friesland Peak, after the man who first discovered it. Latitude 59 degrees south, longitude 27 degrees west. Behind this peak, that is to the east of it, appeared an elevated coast whose lofty snow-clad summits were seen above the clouds. It extended from north by east to east-southeast, and I called it Cape Bristol, in honour of the noble family of Hervey. At the same time, another elevated coast appeared in sight, bearing southwest, by S, and at noon it extended from SE to SSW, from 4 to 8 leagues distant. At this time, the observed latitude was 59 degrees, 13 minutes 30 seconds south, longitude 27 degrees, 45 minutes west. I called this land Southern Thule, because it is the most southern land that has ever yet been discovered. It shows a surface of vast height, and is everywhere covered with snow. Some thought they saw land in the space between Thule and Cape Bristol. It is more than probable that these 2 lands are connected, and that this space is a deep bay, which I called Forster's Bay. At 1 o'clock, finding that we could not weather Thule, we tacked and stood to the north, and at 4, Friesland Peak bore east, distant 3 or 4 leagues. Soon after, it fell little wind, and we were left to the mercy of a great westerly swell, which set right upon the shore. We sounded, but a line of 200 fathoms found no bottom. At 8 o'clock, the weather, which had been very hazy, clearing up, we saw Cape Bristol bearing east-southeast and terminating in a point to the north, beyond which we could see no land. This discovery relieved us from the fear of being carried by the swell on the most horrible coast in the world, and we continued to stand to the north all night with a light breeze at west. On the 1st of February, at 4 o'clock in the morning, we got sight of a new coast, which at 6 o'clock bore north 60 degrees east. It proved a high promontory, which I named Cape Montague, situated in latitude 58 degrees 27 minutes south, longitude 26 degrees 44 minutes west, and 7 or 8 leagues to the north of Cape Bristol. We saw land from space to space between them, which made me conclude that the whole was connected. I was sorry I could not determine this with greater certainty, but prudence would not permit me to venture near a coast, subject to thick fogs on which there was no anchorage, where every port was blocked or filled up with ice, and the whole country, from the summits of the mountains down to the very brink of the cliffs which terminate the coast, covered, many fathoms thick, with everlasting snow. The cliffs alone was all which was to be seen like land. Several large ice islands lay upon the coast, one of which attracted my notice. It had a flat surface, was of considerable extent both in height and circuit, and had perpendicular sides, on which the waves of the sea had made no impression. By which I judged that it had not been long from land, and that it might lately have come out of some bay on the coast, where it had been formed. At noon we were east and west of the northern part of Cape Montague, distant about 5 leagues, and Friesland Peak bore south. 16 degrees east, distant 12 leagues. Latitude observed 58 degrees 25 minutes south. In the morning, the variation was 10 degrees 11 minutes east. At 2 in the afternoon, as we were standing to the north, with a light breeze at southwest, we saw land bearing north 25 degrees east, distant 14 leagues. Cape Montague bore at this time south 66 degrees east. At 8 it bore south 40 degrees east. Cape Bristol south. By E, the new land extending from north 40 degrees to 52 degrees east. And we thought we saw land still more to the east and beyond it. Continuing to steer to the north all night, at 6 o'clock the next morning, a new land was seen bearing north 12 degrees east, about 10 leagues distant. It appeared in 2 hummocks just peeping above the horizon. But we soon after lost sight of them, and having got the wind at north-northeast, a fresh breeze, we stood for the northernmost land we had seen the day before, which at this time bore ESE. We fetched in with it by 10 o'clock, but could not weather it, and were obliged to tack 3 miles from the coast, which extended from E by S to SE, and had much the appearance of being an island of about 8 or 10 leagues circuit. It shows a surface of considerable height, whose summit was lost in the clouds, and, like all the neighbouring lands, covered with a sheet of snow and ice, except in a projecting point on the north side, and 2 hills seen over this point, which probably might be 2 islands. These only were clear of snow, and seemed covered with a green turf. Some large ice islands lay to the northeast, and some others to the south. We stood off till noon, and then tacked for the land again in order to see whether it was an island or no. The weather was now become very hazy, which soon turning to a thick fog, put a stop to discovery, and made it unsafe to stand for the shore. So that after having run the same distance in as we had run off, we tacked and stood to northwest for the land we had seen in the morning, which was yet at a considerable distance. Thus we were obliged to leave the other under the supposition of its being an island, which I named Saunders, after my honourable friend, Sir Charles. It is situated in the latitude of 57 degrees 49 minutes south longitude, 26 degrees 44 minutes west, and north, distant 13 leagues from Cape Montague. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the wind shifting to the west, we tacked and stood to the north, and at 8, the fog clearing away gave us a sight of Saunders's Isle, extending from southeast, by S to ESE. We were still in doubt if it was an island, for at this time land was seen bearing E by S, which might or might not be connected with it. It might also be the same that we had seen the preceding evening. But, be this as it may, it was now necessary to take a view of the land to the north before we proceeded any farther to the east. With this intention, we stood to the north, having a light breeze at west. By S, which at 2 o'clock in the morning of the 3rd was succeeded by a calm that continued till 8, when we got the wind at E by S, attended by hazy weather. At this time, we saw the land we were looking for, and which proved to be 2 isles. The day on which they were discovered was the occasion of calling them Candlemas Isles, latitude 57 degrees 11 minutes south, longitude 27 degrees 6 minutes west. They were of no great extent, but of considerable height, and were covered with snow. A small rock was seen between them, and perhaps there may be more, for the weather was so hazy that we soon lost sight of the islands and did not see them again till noon, at which time they bore west, distant 3 or 4 leagues. As the wind kept veering to the south, we were obliged to stand to the northeast, in which route we met with several large ice islands, loose ice, and many penguins. And at midnight came at once into water uncommonly white, which alarmed the officer of the watch so much that he tacked the ship instantly. Some thought it was a float of ice, others that it was shallow water, but as it proved neither, probably it was a shoal of fish. We stood to the south till 2 o'clock next morning, when we resumed our course to the east with a faint breeze at SSE, which having ended in a calm at 6, I took the opportunity of putting a boat in the water to try if there were any current, and the trial proved there was none. Some whales were playing about us, and abundance of penguins. A few of the latter were shot, and they proved to be of the same sort that we had seen among the ice before, and different both from those on Staten Land and from those at the Isle of Georgia. It is remarkable that we had not seen a seal since we left that coast. At noon we were in latitude of 56 degrees 44 minutes south, longitude 25 degrees 33 minutes west. At this time we got a breeze at east, with which we stood to the south, with a view of gaining the coast we had left. But at 8 o'clock the wind shifted to the south and made it necessary to tack and stand to the east, in which course we met with several ice islands and some loose ice, the weather continuing hazy with snow and rain. No penguins were seen on the 5th, which made me conjecture that we were leaving the land behind us, and that we had already seen its northern extremity. At noon, we were in the latitude of 57 degrees 8 minutes south, longitude 23 degrees 34 minutes west, which was 3 degrees of longitude to the east of Saunders's Isle. In the afternoon, the wind shifted to the west. This enabled us to stretch to the south and to get into the latitude of the land, that, if it took an east direction, we might again fall in with it. We continued to steer to the south and southeast till next day at noon, at which time we were in the latitude of 58 degrees 15 minutes south, longitude 21 degrees 34 minutes west, and seeing neither land nor signs of any, I concluded that what we had seen, which I named Sandwich Land, was either a group of islands or else a point of the continent. For I firmly believe that there is a tract of land near the pole, which is the source of most of the ice that is spread over this vast southern ocean. I also think it probable that it extends farthest to the north, opposite the southern Atlantic and Indian Oceans, because ice was always found by us farther to the north in these oceans than anywhere else, which I judge could not be if there were not land to the south. I mean a land of considerable extent. For if we suppose that no such land exists, and that ice may be formed without it, it will follow, of course, that the cold ought to be everywhere nearly equal round the pole, as far as 70 degrees or 60 minutes of latitude, or so far as to be beyond the influence of any of the known continents. Consequently, we ought to see ice everywhere under the same parallel, or near it, and yet the contrary has been found. Very few ships have met with ice going round Cape Horn, and we saw but little below the 60th degree of latitude in the southern Pacific Ocean. Whereas in this ocean, between the meridian of 40 degrees west and 50 degrees or 60 degrees east, we found ice as far north as 51 degrees. Bouvet met with some in 48 degrees, and others have seen it in a much lower latitude. It is true, however, that the greatest part of this southern continent, supposing there is one, must lie within the polar circle, where the sea is so pestered with ice that the land is thereby inaccessible. The risk one runs in exploring a coast in these unknown and icy seas is so very great that I can be bold enough to say that no man will ever venture farther than I have done, and that the lands which may lie to the south will never be explored. Thick fogs, snowstorms, intense cold, and every other thing that can render navigation dangerous must be encountered, and these difficulties are greatly heightened by the inexpressibly horrid aspect of the country. A country doomed by nature never once to feel the warmth of the sun's rays, but to lie buried in everlasting snow and ice. The ports, which may be on the coast, are in a manner wholly filled up with frozen snow of vast thickness. But if any should be so far open as to invite a ship into it, she would run a risque of being fixed there forever, or of coming out in an ice island. The islands and floats on the coast, the great falls from the ice cliffs in the port, or a heavy snowstorm attended with a sharp frost, would be equally fatal. After such an explanation as this, the reader must not expect to find me much farther to the south. It was, however, not for want of inclination, but for other reasons. It would have been rashness in me to have risked all that had been done during the voyage in discovering and exploring a coast which, when discovered and explored, would have answered no end whatever, or have been of the least use, either to navigation or geography, or indeed to any other science. Bouvet's discovery was yet before us, the existence of which was to be cleared up. And besides all this, we were not now in a condition to undertake great things. Nor indeed was there time, had we been ever so well provided. These reasons induced me to alter the course to the east, with a very strong gale at north, attended with an exceedingly heavy fall of snow. The quantity which lodged on our sails was so great that we were frequently obliged to throw the ship up in the wind to shake it out of them, otherwise neither they nor the ship could have supported the weight. In the evening it ceased to snow, the weather cleared up, the wind back to the west, and we spent the night in making 2 short boards under close-reefed topsails and foresail. At daybreak on the 7th, we resumed our course to the east, with a very fresh gale at southwest by west, attended by a high sea from the same direction. In the afternoon, being in the latitude of 58 degrees 24 minutes south, longitude 16 degrees 19 minutes west, the variation was 1 degree 52 minutes east. Only 3 ice islands seen this day. At 8 o'clock, shortened sail and hauled the wind to the southeast for the night, in which we had several showers of snow and sleet. On the 8th at daylight, we resumed our east course with a gentle breeze and fair weather. After sunrise, being then in the latitude of 58 degrees 30 minutes south, longitude 15 degrees 14 minutes west, the variation by the mean results of 2 compasses was 2 degrees 43 minutes east. These observations were more to be depended on than those made the night before, there being much less sea now than then. In the afternoon we passed 3 ice islands. This night was spent as the preceding. At 6 next morning, being in the latitude of 58 degrees 27 minutes south, longitude 13 degrees 4 minutes west, the variation was 26 minutes east. And in the afternoon, being in the same latitude and about 1/4 of a degree more to the east, it was 2 minutes west. Therefore, this last situation must be in or near the line, in which the compass has no variation. We had a calm the most part of the day, the weather fair and clear, excepting now and then a snow shower. The mercury in the thermometer at noon rose to 40, whereas, for several days before, it had been no higher than 36 or 38. We had several ice islands in sight, but no one thing that could induce us to think that any land was in our neighbourhood. At 8 in the evening a breeze sprung up at southeast, with which we stood to northeast. During the night the wind freshened and veered south, which enabled us to steer east. The wind was attended with showers of sleet and snow till daylight, when the weather became fair but piercing cold, so that the water on deck was frozen, and at noon the mercury in the thermometer was no higher than 34.5. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the variation was 23 minutes west, being then in the latitude of 58 degrees 15 minutes south, longitude 11 degrees 41 minutes west, and at 6 in the evening, being in the same latitude and in the longitude of 9 degrees 24 minutes west, it was 1 degree 51 minutes west. In the evening the wind abated, and during the night it was variable between south and west. Ice islands continually in sight. On the 11th, wind westerly, light airs attended with heavy showers of snow in the morning. But as the day advanced, the weather became fair, clear, and serene. Still continuing to steer east, at noon we observed in latitude 58 degrees 11 minutes, longitude at the same time 7 degrees 55 minutes west, thermometer 34 2/3. In the afternoon we had 2 hours calm, after which we had faint breezes between the NE and SE. At 6 o'clock in the morning of the 12th, being in the latitude of 58 degrees 23 minutes south, longitude 6 degrees 54 minutes west, the variation was 3 degrees 23 minutes west. We had variable light airs next to a calm all this day, and the weather was fair and clear till towards the evening, when it became cloudy with snow showers and the air very cold. Ice islands continually in sight, most of them small and breaking to pieces. In the afternoon of the 13th, the wind increased, the sky became clouded, and soon after we had a very heavy fall of snow, which continued till 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening, when the wind abating and veering to southeast, the sky cleared up, and we had a fair night, attended with so sharp a frost that the water in all our vessels on deck was next morning covered with a sheet of ice. The mercury in the thermometer was as low as 29 degrees, which is 3 degrees below freezing, or rather 4, for we generally found the water freeze when the mercury stood at 33 degrees. Towards noon on the 14th, the wind veering to the south increased to a very strong gale and blew in heavy squalls attended with snow. At intervals between the squalls, the weather was fair and clear, but exceedingly cold. We continued to steer east, inclining a little to the north, and in the afternoon crossed the first meridian, or that of Greenwich, in the latitude of 57 degrees 50 minutes south. At 8 in the evening, we close-reefed the topsails, took in the mainsail, and steered east with a very hard gale at south-southwest, and a high sea from the same direction. At daybreak on the 15th, we set the mainsail, loosed a reef out of each topsail, and with a very strong gale at southwest and fair weather, steered east-northeast. Till noon, at which time we were in latitude of 50 degrees 37 minutes south, longitude 4 degrees 11 minutes east, when we pointed to the northeast in order to get into the latitude of Cape Circumcision. Some large ice islands were in sight, and the air was nearly as cold as on the preceding day. At 8 o'clock in the evening, shortened sail, and at 11 hauled the wind to the northwest, not daring to stand on in the night, which was foggy, with snow showers and a smart frost. At daybreak on the 16th, we bore away northeast, with a light breeze at west, which at noon was succeeded by a calm and fair weather. Our latitude at this time was 55 degrees 26 minutes south, longitude 5 degrees 52 minutes east, in which situation we had a great swell from the southward, but no ice in sight. At 1 o'clock in the PM, a breeze springing up at ENE, we stood to SE till 6, then tacked and stood to the north, under double-reefed topsails and courses, having a very fresh gale attended with snow and sleet, which fixed to the masts and rigging as it fell, and coated the whole with ice. On the 17th, the wind continued veering, by little and little to the south, till midnight, when it fixed at southwest. Being at this time in the latitude of 54 degrees 20 minutes south, longitude 6 degrees 33 minutes east, I steered east, having a prodigious high sea from the south, which assured us no land was near in that direction. In the morning of the 18th, it ceased to snow. The weather became fair and clear, and we found the variation to be 18 degrees 44 minutes west. At noon, we were in the latitude of 54 degrees 25 minutes, longitude 8 degrees 46 minutes east. I thought this a good latitude to keep in, to look for Cape Circumcision, because if the land had ever so little extent in the direction of north and south, we could not miss seeing it, as the northern point is said to lie in 54 degrees. We had yet a great swell from the south, so that I was now well assured it could only be an island, and it was of no consequence which side we fell in with. In the evening, Mr. Wales made several observations of the moon and stars Regulus and Spica. The mean results at 4 o'clock, when the observations were made, for finding the time by the watch, gave 9 degrees 15 minutes 20 seconds east longitude. The watch at the same time gave 9 degrees 36 minutes 45 seconds. Soon after, the variation was found to be 13 degrees 10 minutes west. It is nearly in this situation that Mr. Bouvet had 1 degree east. I cannot suppose that the variation has altered so much since that time, but rather think he had made some mistake in his observations. That there could be none in ours was certain, from the uniformity for some time past. Besides, we found 12 degrees 8 minutes west, variation nearly under this meridian, in January 1773. During the night, the wind veered round by the northwest to north-northeast and blew a fresh gale. At 8 in the morning of the 19th, we saw the appearance of land in the direction of east by south, or that of our course, but it proved a mere fog bank and soon after dispersed. We continued to steer east by south and southeast till 7 o'clock in the evening, when, being in the latitude of 54 degrees 42 minutes south, longitude 13 degrees 3 minutes east, and the wind having veered to northeast, we tacked and stood to northwest. Under close reefed topsails and courses, having a very strong gale attended with snow showers. At 4 o'clock next morning, being in the latitude of 54 degrees 30 minutes south, longitude 12 degrees 33 minutes east, we tacked and stretched to northeast with a fresh gale at southwest, attended with snow showers and sleet. At noon, being in the latitude of 54 degrees 8 minutes south, longitude 12 degrees 59 minutes east, with a fresh gale at west by north and tolerably clear weather, we steered east till 10 o'clock in the evening, when we brought to, lest we might pass any land in the night, of which we, however, had not the least signs. At daybreak, having made sail, we bore away east, and at noon observed in latitude 54 degrees 16 minutes south, longitude 16 degrees 13 minutes east, which is 5 degrees to the east of the longitude in which Cape Circumcision is said to lie, so that we began to think there was no such land in existence. I, however, continued to steer east, inclining a little to the south, till 4 o'clock in the afternoon of the next day, when we were in latitude 54 degrees 24 minutes south, longitude 19 degrees 18 minutes east. We had now run down 13 degrees of longitude in the very latitude assigned for Bouvet's land. I was therefore well assured that what he had seen could be nothing but an island of ice. For if it had been land, it is hardly possible we could have missed it, though it were ever so small. Besides, from the time of leaving the southern lands, we had not met with the least signs of any other. But even suppose we had, it would have been no proof of the existence of Cape Circumcision. For I am well assured that neither seals nor penguins, nor any of the oceanic birds, are indubitable signs of the vicinity of land. I will allow that they are found on the coasts of all these southern lands. But are they not also to be found in all parts of the Southern Ocean? There are, however, some oceanic or aquatic birds which point out the vicinity of land, especially shags, which seldom go out of sight of it. And gannets, boobies and men-of-war birds, I believe, seldom go very far out to sea. As we were now no more than 2 degrees of longitude front our route to the south, when we left the Cape of Good Hope, it was to no purpose to proceed any farther to the east under this parallel, knowing that no land could be there. But an opportunity now offering of clearing up some doubts of our having seen land farther to the south, I steered south-east to get into the situation in which it was supposed to lie. We continued this course till 4 o'clock the next morning, and then SE by E and ESE till 8 in the evening, at which time we were in the latitude of 55 degrees 25 minutes south, longitude 23 degrees 22 minutes east, both deduced from observations made the same day, for in the morning the sky was clear at intervals, and afforded an opportunity to observe several distances of the sun and moon, which we had not been able to do for some time past, having had a constant succession of bad weather. Having now run over the place where the land was supposed to lie, without seeing the least signs of any, it was no longer to be doubted but that the ice islands had deceived us, as well as Mr. Bouvet. The wind by this time having veered to the north and increased to a perfect storm, attended as usual with snow and sleet, we handed the topsails and hauled up east-northeast. Under the courses. During the night the wind abated and veered to northwest, which enabled us to steer more to the north, having no business farther south. The Second Voyage of Captain James Cook, Volume 2, Book 2. From leaving New Zealand to our return to England. Chapter 7. Heads of what has been done in the voyage, with some conjectures concerning the formation of ice islands, and an account of our proceedings till our arrival at the Cape of Good Hope. I had now made the circuit of the Southern Ocean in a high latitude, and traversed it in such a manner as to leave not the least room for the possibility of there being a continent, unless near the pole and out of the reach of navigation. By twice visiting the tropical sea, I had not only settled the situation of some old discoveries, but made there many new ones, and left, I conceive, very little more to be done even in that part. Thus, I flatter myself that the intention of the voyage has, in every respect, been fully answered. The southern hemisphere sufficiently explored, and a final end put to the searching after a southern continent, which has at times engrossed the attention of some of the maritime powers for near 2 centuries past, and been a favourite theory amongst the geographers of all ages. That there may be a continent or large tract of land near the pole, I will not deny. On the contrary, I am of opinion there is, and it is probable that we have seen a part of it. The excessive cold, the many islands and vast floats of ice, all tend to prove that there must be land to the south, and for my persuasion that this southern land must lie or extend farthest to the north opposite to the southern Atlantic and Indian Oceans, I have already assigned some reasons, to which I may add the greater degree of cold experienced by us in these seas than in the southern Pacific Ocean under the same parallels of latitude. In this last ocean, the mercury in the thermometer seldom fell so low as the freezing point, till we were in 60 degrees and upwards, whereas in the others it fell as low in the latitude of 54 degrees. This was certainly owing to there being a greater quantity of ice, and to its extending farther to the north in these 2 seas than in the South Pacific. And if ice be first formed at or near land, of which I have no doubt, it will follow that the land also extends farther north. The formation or coagulation of ice islands has not, to my knowledge, been thoroughly investigated. Some have supposed them to be formed by the freezing of the water at the mouths of large rivers or great cataracts, where they accumulate till they are broken off by their own weight. My observations will not allow me to acquiesce in this opinion, because we never found any of the ice which we took up incorporated with earth, or any of its produce, as I think it must have been, had it been coagulated in land waters. It is a doubt with me whether there be any rivers in these countries. It is certain that we saw not a river or stream of water on all the coast of Georgia, nor on any of the southern lands. Nor did we ever see a stream of water run from any of the ice islands. How are we then to suppose that there are large rivers? The valleys are covered, many fathoms deep, with everlasting snow, and at the sea they terminate in icy cliffs of vast height. It is here where the ice islands are formed, not from streams of water, but from consolidated snow and sleet, which is almost continually falling or drifting down from the mountains, especially in the winter, when the frost must be intense. During that season, the ice cliffs must so accumulate as to fill up all the bays, be they ever so large. This is a fact which cannot be doubted, as we have seen it so in summer, These cliffs accumulate by continual falls of snow and what drifts from the mountains till they are no longer able to support their own weight, and then large pieces break off, which we call ice islands. Such as have a flat, even surface must be of the ice formed in the bays and before the flat valleys. The others, which have a tapering, unequal surface, must be formed on or under the side of a coast composed of pointed rocks and precipices, or some such uneven surface. For we cannot suppose that snow alone, as it falls, can form on a plain surface, such as the sea, such a variety of high peaks and hills as we saw on many of the ice isles. It is certainly more reasonable to believe that they are formed on a coast whose surface is something similar to theirs. I have observed that all the ice islands of any extent, and before they begin to break to pieces, are terminated by perpendicular cliffs of clear ice or frozen snow, always on one or more sides, but most generally all round. Many, and those of the largest size, which had a hilly and spiral surface, showed a perpendicular cliff or side from the summit of the highest peak down to its base. This to me was a convincing proof that these, as well as the flat isles, must have broken off from substances like themselves, that is, from some large tract of ice. When I consider the vast quantity of ice we saw, and the vicinity of the places to the pole where it is formed, and where the degrees of longitude are very small, I am led to believe that these ice cliffs extend a good way into the sea, in some parts, especially in such as are sheltered from the violence of the winds. It may even be doubted if ever the wind is violent in the very high latitudes, and that the sea will freeze over, or the snow that falls upon it, which amounts to the same thing. We have instances in the northern hemisphere. The Baltic, the Gulf of St Lawrence, the Straits of Belle Isle, and many other equally large seas are frequently frozen over in winter. Nor is this at all extraordinary, for we have found the degree of cold at the surface of the sea, even in summer, to be 2 degrees below the freezing point. Consequently, nothing kept it from freezing but the salt it contains and the agitation of its surface. Whenever this last ceaseth in winter, when the frost is set in, and there comes a fall of snow, it will freeze on the surface as it falls, and in a few days, or perhaps in one night, form such a sheet of ice as will not be easily broken up. Thus, a foundation will be laid for it to accumulate to any thickness by falls of snow, without its being at all necessary for the seawater to freeze. It may be by this means these vast floats of low ice we find in the spring of the year are formed, and which, after they break up, are carried by the currents to the north. For, from all the observations I've been able to make, the currents everywhere in the high latitudes set to the north or to the northeast, or NW, but we have very seldom found them considerable. If this imperfect account of the formation of these extraordinary floating islands of ice, which is written wholly from my own observations, does not convey some useful hints to an abler pen, it will, however, convey some idea of the lands where they are formed, lands doomed by nature to perpetual frigidness, never to feel the warmth of the sun's rays, whose horrible and savage aspect I have not words to describe. Such are the lands we have discovered. What then may we expect those to be which lie still farther to the south? For we may reasonably suppose that we have seen the best, as lying most to the north. If anyone should have resolution and perseverance to clear up this point by proceeding farther than I have done, I shall not envy him the honour of the discovery. But I will be bold to say that the world will not be benefited by it. I had, at this time, some thoughts of revisiting the place where the French discovery is said to lie. But then I considered that, if they had really made this discovery, the end would be as fully answered as if I had done it myself. We know it can only be an island, and if we may judge from the degree of cold we found in that latitude, it cannot be a fertile one. Besides, this would have kept me 2 months longer at sea, and in a tempestuous latitude which we were not in a condition to struggle with. Our sails and rigging were so much worn that something was giving way every hour, and we had nothing left either to repair or to replace them. Our provisions were in a state of decay, and consequently afforded little nourishment, and we had been a long time without refreshments. My people indeed were yet healthy, and would have cheerfully gone wherever I had thought proper to lead them. But I dreaded the scurvy laying hold of them at a time when we had nothing left to remove it. I must say, Father, that it would have been cruel in me to have continued the fatigues and hardships they were continually exposed to longer than was absolutely necessary. Their behaviour throughout the whole voyage merited every indulgence which it was in my power to give them. Animated by the conduct of the officers, they showed themselves capable of surmounting every difficulty and danger which came in their way, and never once looked either upon the one or the other as being at all heightened by our separation from our consort, the Adventure. All these considerations induced me to lay aside looking for the French discoveries and to steer for the Cape of Good Hope, with a resolution, however, of looking for the Isles of Denia and Marcevine, which are laid down in Dr. Halley's variation chart in the latitude of 41 degrees and a half south, and about 4 degrees of longitude to the east of the meridian of the Cape of Good Hope. With this view, I steered northeast, with a hard gale at northwest and thick weather, and on the 25th at noon we saw the last ice island, being at this time in the latitude of 52 degrees 52 minutes south, longitude 26 degrees 31 minutes east. The wind abating and veering to the south on the 1st of March, we steered west, in order to get farther from Mr. Bouvet's track, which was but a few degrees to the east of us, being at this time in the latitude of 46 degrees 44 minutes south, longitude 33 degrees 20 minutes east, in which situation we found the variation to be 23 degrees 36 minutes west. It is somewhat remarkable that all the time we had northerly winds, which were regular and constant for several days, the weather was always thick and cloudy. But as soon as they came south of west, it cleared up and was fine and pleasant. The barometer began to rise several days before this change happened, but whether on account of it or our coming northward cannot be determined. The wind remained not long at south before it veered round by the northeast to the northwest, blowing fresh and by squalls, attended, as before, with rain and thick misty weather. We had some intervals of clear weather in the afternoon of the 3rd, when we found the variation to be 22 degrees 26 minutes west. Latitude at this time 45 degrees 8 minutes south, longitude 30 degrees 50 minutes east. The following night was very stormy. The wind blew from southwest and in excessively heavy squalls. At short intervals between the squalls, the wind would fall almost to a calm, and then come on again with such fury that neither our sails nor rigging could withstand it, several of the sails being split and a middle staysail being wholly lost. The next morning the gale abated, and we repaired the damage we had sustained in the best manner we could. On the 8th, being in the latitude of 41 degrees 30 minutes south, longitude 26 degrees 51 minutes east, the mercury in the thermometer rose to 61, and we found it necessary to put on lighter clothes. As the wind continued invariably fixed between northwest and west, we took every advantage to get to the west, by tacking whenever it shifted anything in our favour. But as we had a great swell against us, our tacks were rather disadvantageous. We daily saw albatrosses, peterels and other oceanic birds, but not the least sign of land. On the 11th, in the latitude of 40 degrees 40 minutes south, longitude 23 degrees 47 minutes east, the variation was 20 degrees 48 minutes west. About noon the same day the wind shifted suddenly from northwest. To SW caused the mercury in the thermometer to fall as suddenly from 62 degrees to 52 degrees. Such was the different state of the air, between a northerly and southerly wind. The next day, having several hours calm, we put a boat in the water and shot some albatrosses and peterels, which at this time were highly acceptable. We were now nearly in the situation where the isles which we were in search of are said to lie. However, we saw nothing that could give us the least hope of finding them. The calm continued till 5 o'clock of the next morning, when it was succeeded by a breeze at west by south, with which we stood to north-northwest, and at noon observed in latitude 38 degrees 51 minutes south. This was upwards of 30 miles more to the north than our log gave us, and the watch showed that we had been set to the east also. If these differences did not arise from some strong current, I know not how to account for them. Very strong currents have been found on the African coast between Madagascar and the Cape of Good Hope, but I never heard of their extending so far from the land, nor is it probable they do. I rather suppose that this current has no connection with that on the coast, and that we happen to fall into some stream which is neither lasting nor regular. But these are points which require much time to investigate, and must therefore be left to the industry of future navigators. We were now 2 degrees to the north of the parallel in which the Isles of Denia and Marsevine are said to lie. We had seen nothing to encourage us to persevere in looking after them, and it must have taken up some time longer to find them or to prove their non-existence. Everyone was impatient to get into port, and for good reasons, as for a long time we had had nothing but stale and salt provisions, for which everyone on board had lost all relish. These reasons induced me to yield to the general wish, and to steer for the Cape of Good Hope, being at this time in the latitude of 38 degrees 38 minutes south, longitude 23 degrees 37 minutes east. The next day, the observed latitude at noon was only 17 miles to the north of that given by the log, so that we had either got out of the strength of the current, or it had ceased. On the 15th, the observed latitude at noon, together with the watch, showed that we had had a strong current setting to the southwest, the contrary direction to what we had experienced on some of the preceding days, as hath been mentioned. At daylight, on the 16th, we saw 2 sail in the northwest quarter standing to the westward, and one of them showing Dutch colours. At 10 o'clock we tacked and stood to the west also, being at this time in the latitude of 39 degrees 9 minutes south, longitude 22 degrees 38 minutes east. I now, in pursuance of my instructions, demanded of the officers and petty officers the logbooks and journals they had kept, which were delivered to me accordingly and sealed up for the inspection of the Admiralty. I also enjoined them, and the whole crew, not to divulge where we had been, till they had their lordships' permission so to do. In the afternoon, the wind veered to the west, and increased to a hard gale, which was of short duration, for the next day it fell, and at noon veered to southeast. At this time we were in the latitude of 34 degrees 49 minutes south, longitude 22 degrees east, and, on sounding, found 56 fathoms water. In the evening we saw the land in the direction of ENE, about 6 leagues distant, and during the forepart of the night there was a great fire or light upon it. At daybreak on the 18th we saw the land again, bearing north-northwest, 6 or 7 leagues distant, and the depth of water 48 fathoms. At 9 o'clock, having little or no wind, we hoisted out a boat and sent on board one of the 2 ships before mentioned, which were about 2 leagues from us. But we were too impatient after news to regard the distance. Soon after, a breeze sprung up at west, with which we stood to the south. And presently 3 sail more appeared in sight to windward, one of which showed English colours. At 1 p.m. the boat returned from on board the Bouwkerke Polder, Captain Cornelius Bosch, a Dutch Indiaman from Bengal. Captain Bosch, very obligingly, offered us sugar, arrack, and whatever he had to spare. Our people were told by some English seamen on board this ship that the Adventure had arrived at the Cape of Good Hope 12 months ago, and that the crew of one of her boats had been murdered and eaten by the people of New Zealand, so that the story which we heard in Queen Charlotte's Sound was now no longer a mystery. We had light airs next, to a calm till 10 o'clock the next morning, when a breeze sprung up at west, and the English ship, which was to windward, bore down to us. She proved to be the true Briton Captain Broadley from China. As he did not intend to touch at the Cape, I put a letter on board him for the Secretary of the Admiralty. The account which we had heard of the adventure was now confirmed to us by this ship. We also got, from on board her, a parcel of old newspapers which were new to us and gave us some amusement. But these were the least favours we received from Captain Broadley. With a generosity peculiar to the commanders of the India Company's ships, he sent us fresh provisions, tea, and other articles which were very acceptable and deserve from me this public acknowledgement. In the afternoon we parted company. The True Britain stood out to sea, and we in for the land, having a very fresh gale at west, which split our foretop sail in such a manner that we were obliged to bring another to the yard. At 6 o'clock we tacked within 4 or 5 miles of the shore, and, as we judged, about 5 or 6 leagues to the east of Cape Deseada. We stood off till midnight, when, the wind having veered round to the south, we tacked and stood alongshore to the west. The wind kept veering more and more in our favour, and at last fixed at east-south-east, and blew for some hours a perfect hurricane. As soon as the storm began to subside, we made sail and hauled in for the land. Next day at noon, the Table Mountain over the Cape Town bore northeast, by E, distant 9 or 10 leagues. By making use of this bearing and distance to reduce the longitude shown by the watch to the Cape Town, the error was found to be no more than 18 minutes in longitude, which it was too far to the east. Indeed, the difference found between it and the lunar observations since we left New Zealand had seldom exceeded half a degree, and always the same way. The next morning, being with us Wednesday the 22nd, but with the people here Tuesday the 21st, we anchored in Table Bay, where we found several Dutch ships, some French, and the Ceres, Captain Newt, an English East India Company's ship from China, bound directly to England, by whom I sent a copy of the preceding part of this journal, some charts, and other drawings to the Admiralty. Before we had well got to an anchor, I dispatched an officer to acquaint the governor with our arrival, and to request the necessary stores and refreshments, which were readily granted. As soon as the officer came back, we saluted the garrison with 13 guns, which compliment was immediately returned with an equal number. I now learnt that the Adventure had called here on her return, and I found a letter from Captain Furneaux, acquainting me with the loss of his boat and of 10 of his best men in Queen Charlotte's Sound. The captain afterwards, on my arrival in England, put into my hands a complete narrative of his proceedings from the time of our second and final separation, which I now lay before the public in the following section.
The Second Voyage of Captain James Cook, Volume 2, Book 2, From Leaving New Zealand to Our Return to England. Chapter 8, Captain Furneaux's narrative of his proceedings in the Adventure from the time he was separated from the Resolution to his arrival in England, including Lieutenant Burney's report concerning the boat's crew who were murdered by the inhabitants of Queen Charlotte's Sound. After a passage of 14 days from Amsterdam, we made the coast of New Zealand near the Table Cape, and stood alongshore till we came as far as Cape Turnagain. The wind then began to blow strong at west, with heavy squalls and rain, which split many of our sails and blew us off the coast for 3 days, in which time we parted company with the Resolution and never saw her afterwards. On the 4th of November, we again got in shore near Cape Palliser, and were visited by a number of the natives in their canoes, bringing a great quantity of crayfish, which we bought of them for nails and Otaheite cloth. The next day it blew hard from west-northwest, which again drove us off the coast and obliged us to bring to for 2 days, during which time it blew one continual gale of wind with heavy falls of sleet. By this time our decks were very leaky, our beds and bedding wet, and several of our people complaining of colds, so that we began to despair of ever getting into Charlotte's Sound or joining the Resolution. On the 6th, being to the north of the Cape, the wind at southwest, and blowing strong, we bore away for some bay to complete our water and wood, being in great want of both, having been at the allowance of 1 quart of water for some days past. and even that pittance could not be come at above 6 or 7 days longer. We anchored in Talaga Bay on the 9th, in latitude 38 degrees 21 minutes south, longitude 178 degrees 31 minutes east. It affords good riding with the wind westerly and regular soundings from 11 to 5 fathoms, stiff muddy ground across the bay for about 2 miles. It is open from north-northeast to east-southeast. It is to be observed, easterly winds seldom blow hard on this shore, but when they do, they throw in a great sea, so that if it were not for a great undertow, together with a large river that empties itself in the bottom of the bay, a ship would not be able to ride here. Wood and water are easily to be had, except when it blows hard easterly. The natives here are the same as those at Charlotte's Sound, but more numerous and seemed settled, having regular plantations of sweet potatoes and other roots, which are very good, and they have plenty of cray and other fish, which we bought of them for nails, beads, and other trifles, at an easy rate. In one of their canoes we observed the head of a woman lying in state, adorned with feathers and other ornaments. It had the appearance of being alive, but on examination we found it dry, being preserved with every feature perfect, and kept as the relic of some deceased relation. Having got about 10 tons of water and some wood, we sailed for Charlotte's Sound on the 12th. We were no sooner out than the wind began to blow hard, dead on the shore, so that we could not clear the land on either tack. This obliged us to bear away again for the bay, where we anchored the next morning, and rode out a very heavy gale of wind at east by south, which threw in a very great sea. We now began to fear we should never join the Resolution, having reason to believe she was in Charlotte's Sound and by this time ready for sea. We soon found it was with great difficulty we could get any water, owing to the swell setting in so strong. At last, however, we were able to go on shore and got both wood and water. Whilst we lay here, we were employed about the rigging, which was much damaged by the constant gales of wind we had met with since we made the coast. We got the booms down on the decks, and having made the ship as snug as possible, sailed again on the 16th. After this, we met with several gales of wind off the mouth of the strait, and continued beating backwards and forwards till the 30th, when we were so fortunate as to get a favourable wind, which we took every advantage of, and at last got safe into our desired port. We saw nothing of the Resolution, and began to doubt her safety, but on going ashore, we discerned the place where she had erected her tents, and on an old stump of a tree in the garden, observed these words cut out: "Look underneath." There we dug, and soon found a bottle corked and waxed down, with a letter in it from Captain Cook, signifying their arrival on the 3rd instant and departure on the 24th, and that they intended spending a few days in the entrance of the straits to look for us. We immediately set about getting the ship ready for sea as fast as possible, erected our tents, sent the cooper on shore to repair the casks, and began to unstow the hold, to get at the bread that was in butts. But on opening them found a great quantity of it entirely spoiled, and most parts so damaged that we were obliged to fix our copper oven on shore to bake it over again, which undoubtedly delayed us a considerable time. Whilst we lay here, the inhabitants came on board as before, supplying us with fish and other things of their own manufacture, which we bought of them for nails and so on, and appeared very friendly, though twice in the middle of the night they came to the tent with an intention to steal, but were discovered before they could get anything into their possession. On the 17th of December, having refitted the ship, completed our water and wood, and got everything ready for sea, we sent our large cutter with Mr. Rowe, a midshipman, and the boat's crew to gather wild greens for the ship's company, with orders to return that evening, as I intended to sail the next morning. But on the boat's not returning the same evening, nor the next morning, being under great uneasiness about her, I hoisted out the launch and sent her with the second lieutenant, Mr. Burney, manned with the boat's crew and 10 marines, in search of her. My orders to Mr. Burney were first, to look well into East Bay, and then to proceed to Grass Cove, the place to which Mr. Rowe had been sent, and if he heard nothing of the boat there, to go farther up the Sound and come back along the west shore. as Mr. Rowe had left the ship an hour before the time proposed, and in a great hurry, I was strongly persuaded that his curiosity had carried him into East Bay, none in our ship having ever been there, or else that some accident had happened to the boat, either by going adrift through the boat-keeper's negligence or by being stove among the rocks. This was almost everybody's opinion, and on this supposition, the carpenter's mate was sent in the launch with some sheets of tin. I had not the least suspicion that our people had received any injury from the natives, our boats having frequently been higher up and worse provided. How much I was mistaken too soon appeared, for Mr. Burney, having returned about 11 o'clock the same night, made his report of a horrible scene indeed, which cannot be better described than in his own words, which now follow. On the 18th, we left the ship, and having a light breeze in our favour, we soon got round Long Island and within Long Point. I examined every cove on the larboard hand as we went along, looking well all around with a spyglass, which I took for that purpose. At 1:30, we stopped at a beach on the left-hand side going up East Bay to boil some victuals, as we brought nothing but raw meat with us. Whilst we were cooking, I saw an Indian on the opposite shore running along a beach to the head of the bay. Our meat being dressed, we got into the boat and put off, and in a short time arrived at the head of this reach, where we saw an Indian settlement. As we drew near, some of the Indians came down on the rocks and waved for us to be gone, but seeing we disregarded them, they altered their notes. Here we found 6 large canoes hauled up on the beach, most of them double ones, and a great many people, though not so many as one might expect from the number of houses and size of the canoes. Leaving the boat's crew to guard the boat, I stepped ashore with the Marines, the corporal and 5 men, and searched a good many of their houses, but found nothing to give me any suspicion. 3 or 4 well-beaten paths led farther into the woods, where were many more houses, but the people continuing friendly, I thought it unnecessary to continue our search. Coming down to the beach, one of the Indians had brought a bundle of hepatus, long spears, but seeing I looked very earnestly at him, he put them on the ground and walked about with seeming unconcern. Some of the people appearing to be frightened, I gave a looking-glass to one and a large nail to another. From this place the bay ran, as nearly as I could guess, north-northwest, a good mile, where it ended in a long sandy beach. I looked all around with the glass, but saw no boat, canoe, or sign of inhabitant. I therefore contented myself with firing some guns, which I had done in every cove as I went along. I now kept close to the east shore and came to another settlement, where the Indians invited us ashore. I inquired of them about the boat, but they pretended ignorance. They appeared very friendly here and sold us some fish. Within an hour after we left this place, in a small beach adjoining to Grass Cove, we saw a very large double canoe just hauled up, with 2 men and a dog. The men, on seeing us, left their canoe and ran up into the woods. This gave me reason to suspect I should here get tidings of the cutter. We went ashore and searched the canoe, where we found one of the rullock ports of the cutter and some shoes, one of which was known to belong to Mr. Woodhouse, one of our midshipmen. One of the people, at the same time, brought me a piece of meat, which he took to be some of the salt meat belonging to the cutter's crew. On examining this and smelling to it, I found it was fresh. Mr. Fannin, the master, who was with me, supposed it was dog's flesh, and I was of the same opinion, for I still doubted their being cannibals. But we were soon convinced by most horrid and undeniable proof. A great many baskets, about 20, lying on the beach, tied up. We cut them open. Some were full of roasted flesh, and some of fern root, which serves them for bread. On farther search, we found more shoes, and a hand, which we immediately knew to have belonged to Thomas Hill, one of our forecastle men, it being marked TH with an Otahite tato instrument. I went with some of the people a little way up the woods, but saw nothing else. Coming down again, there was a round spot covered with fresh earth, about 4 feet diameter, where something had been buried. Having no spade, we began to dig with a cutlass, and in the meantime I launched the canoe with intent to destroy her, But seeing a great smoke ascending over the nearest hill, I got all the people into the boat and made what haste I could to be with them before sunset. On opening the next bay, which was Grass Cove, we saw 4 canoes, 1 single and 3 double ones, and a great many people on the beach who, on our approach, retreated to a small hill within a ship's length of the waterside, where they stood talking to us. A large fire was on the top of the high land beyond the woods, from whence, all the way down the hill, the place was thronged like a fair. As we came in, I ordered a musketoon to be fired at one of the canoes, suspecting they might be full of men lying down in the bottom, for they were all afloat but nobody was seen in them. The savages on the little hill still kept hallooing and making signs for us to land. However, as soon as we got close in, we all fired. The first volley did not seem to affect them much, but on the second, they began to scramble away as fast as they could, some of them howling. We continued firing as long as we could see the glimpse of any of them through the bushes. Amongst the Indians were 2 very stout men, who never offered to move till they found themselves forsaken by their companions. And then they marched away with great composure and deliberation, their pride not suffering them to run. One of them, however, got a fall and either lay there or crawled off on all 4s. The other got clear without any apparent hurt. I then landed with the Marines, and Mr. Fannin stayed to guard the boat. On the beach were 2 bundles of celery which had been gathered for loading the cutter. A broken oar was stuck upright in the ground, to which the natives had tied their canoes, a proof that the attack had been made here. I then searched all along at the back of the beach to see if the cutter was there. We found no boat, but instead of her, such a shocking scene of carnage and barbarity as can never be mentioned or thought of but with horror, for the heads, hearts and lungs of several of our people were seen lying on the beach and, at a little distance, the dogs gnawing their entrails. Whilst we remained almost stupefied on the spot, Mr. Fannin called to us that he heard the savages gathering together in the woods, on which I returned to the boat, and hauling alongside the canoes, we demolished 3 of them. Whilst this was transacting, the fire on the top of the hill disappeared, and we could hear the Indians in the woods at high words, I suppose quarrelling whether or no they should attack us and try to save their canoes. It now grew dark. I therefore just stepped out and looked once more behind the beach to see if the cutter had been hauled up in the bushes, but seeing nothing of her, returned and put off. Our whole force would have been barely sufficient to have gone up the hill, and to have ventured with half, for half must have been left to guard the boat, would have been foolhardiness. As we opened the upper part of the sound, we saw a very large fire about 3 or 4 miles higher up, which formed a complete oval reaching from the top of the hill down almost to the waterside, the middle space being enclosed all round by the fire like a hedge. I consulted with Mr. Fannin, and we were both of opinion that we could expect to reap no other advantage than the poor satisfaction of killing some more of the savages. At leaving Grass Cove, we had fired a general volley towards where we heard the Indians talking. But by going in and out of the boat, the arms had got wet, and 4 pieces missed fire. What was still worse, it began to rain. Our ammunition was more than half expended, and we left 6 large canoes behind us in one place. With so many disadvantages, I did not think it worthwhile to proceed where nothing could be hoped for but revenge. Coming between 2 round islands, situated to the southward of East Bay, we imagined we heard somebody calling. We lay on our oars and listened, but heard no more of it. We hallooed several times, but to little purpose. The poor souls were far enough out of hearing, and indeed I think it some comfort to reflect that in all probability every man of them must have been killed on the spot. Thus far Mr. Burney's report, and to complete the account of this tragical transaction, it may not be unnecessary to mention that the people in the cutter were Mr. Rowe, Mr. Woodhouse, Francis Murphy, quartermaster, William Facey, Thomas Hill, Michael Bell and Edward Jones, forecastle men, John Kavanagh and Thomas Milton belonging to the afterguard, and James Savilli, the captain's man, being 10 in all. Most of these were of our very best seamen, the stoutest and most healthy people in the ship. Mr. Burney's party brought on board 2 hands, one belonging to Mr. Rowe, known by a hurt he had received on it, the other to Thomas Hill, as before mentioned, and the head of the captain's servant. These, with more of the remains, were tied in a hammock and thrown overboard with ballast and shot sufficient to sink it. None of their arms nor clothes were found, except part of a pair of trousers, a frock and 6 shoes, no 2 of them being fellows. I am not inclined to think this was any premeditated plan of these savages. For the morning Mr. Rowe left the ship, he met 2 canoes, which came down and stayed all the forenoon in Ship Cove. It might probably happen from some quarrel which was decided on the spot, or the fairness of the opportunity might tempt them, our people being so incautious and thinking themselves too secure. Another thing which encouraged the New Zealanders was, they were sensible that a gun was not infallible, that they sometimes missed, and that, when discharged, they must be loaded before they could be used again, which time they knew how to take advantage of. After their success, I imagine there was a general meeting on the east side of the Sound. The Indians of Shag Cove were there. This we knew by a cock which was in one of the canoes, and by a long single canoe, which some of our people had seen 4 days before in Shag Cove, where they had been with Mr. Rowe in the cutter. We were detained in the Sound by contrary winds 4 days after this melancholy affair happened, during which time we saw none of the inhabitants. What is very remarkable, I had been several times up in the same cove with Captain Cook, and never saw the least sign of an inhabitant, except some deserted towns, which appeared as if they had not been occupied for several years. And yet, when Mr. Burney entered the cove, he was of opinion there could not be less than 1,500 or 2,000 people. I doubt not, had they been apprised of his coming, they would have attacked him. From these considerations, I thought it imprudent to send a boat up again, as we were convinced there was not the least probability of any of our people being alive. On the 23rd, we weighed and made sail out of the Sound and stood to the eastward to get clear of the straits, which we accomplished the same evening, but were baffled for 2 or 3 days with light winds before we could clear the coast. We then stood to the SSE till we got into the latitude of 56 degrees south, without anything remarkable happening, having a great swell from the southward. At this time the wind began to blow strong from the southwest and the weather to be very cold, and as the ship was low and deep laden, the sea made a continual breach over her, which kept us always wet. And by her straining very few of the people were dry in bed or on deck, having no shelter to keep the sea from them. The birds were the only companions we had in this vast ocean, except now and then we saw a whale or porpoise, and sometimes a seal or 2, and a few penguins. In the latitude of 58 degrees south, longitude 213 degrees east, we fell in with some ice and every day saw more or less we then standing to the east. We found a very strong current setting to the eastward, for by the time we were abreast of Cape Horn, being in the latitude of 61 degrees south, the ship was ahead of our account 8 degrees. We were very little more than a month from Cape Palliser in New Zealand to Cape Horn, which is 121 degrees of longitude, and had continual westerly winds from southwest to northwest, with a great sea following. On opening some casks of peas and flour that had been stowed on the coals, we found them very much damaged and not eatable, so thought it most prudent to make for the Cape of Good Hope, but first to stand into the latitude and longitude of Cape Circumcision. After being to the eastward of Cape Horn, we found the winds did not blow so strong from the westward as usual, but came more from the north, which brought on thick, foggy weather, so that for several days together we could not be able to get an observation or see the least sign of the sun. This weather lasted above a month, being then among a great many islands of ice, which kept us constantly on the lookout, for fear of running foul of them, and, being a single ship, made us more attentive. By this time our people began to complain of colds and pains in their limbs, which obliged me to haul to the northward to the latitude of 54 degrees south. But we still continued to have the same sort of weather, though we had oftener an opportunity of obtaining observations for the latitude. After getting into the latitude above mentioned, I steered to the east, in order, if possible, to find the land laid down by Bouvet. As we advanced to the east, the islands of ice became more numerous and dangerous, they being much smaller than they used to be, and the nights began to be dark, on the 3rd of March, being then in the latitude of 54 degrees 4 minutes south, longitude 13 degrees east, which is the latitude of Bouvet's discovery, and half a degree to the eastward of it, and not seeing the least sign of land, either now or since we have been in this parallel, I gave over looking for it, and hauled away to the northward, as our last track to the southward was within a few degrees of Bouvet's discovery in the longitude assigned to it, and about 3 or 4 degrees to the southward. Should there be any land thereabout, it must be a very inconsiderable island. But I believe it was nothing but ice. As we, in our first setting out, thought we had seen land several times, but it proved to be high islands of ice at the back of the large fields, and as it was thick foggy weather when Mr. Bouvet fell in with it, he might very easily mistake them for land. On the 7th, being in the latitude of 48 degrees 30 minutes south, longitude 14 degrees 26 minutes east, saw 2 large islands of ice. On the 17th made the land of the Cape of Good Hope, and on the 19th anchored in Table Bay, where we found Commodore Sir Edward Hughes with His Majesty's ships Salisbury and Seahorse. I saluted the Commodore with 13 guns, and soon after the garrison with the same number. The former returned the salute, as usual, with 2 guns less, and the latter with an equal number. On the 24th, Sir Edward Hughes sailed with the Salisbury and Seahorse for the East Indies, but I remained refitting the ship and refreshing the people till the 16th of April, when I sailed for England, and on the 14th of July anchored at Spithead.
The Second Voyage of Captain James Cook, Volume 2, Book 2, From Leaving New Zealand to Our Return to England. Chapter 9, Transactions at the Cape of Good Hope, with an account of some discoveries made by the French and the arrival of the ship at St Helena. I now resume my own journal, which Captain Furneaux's interesting narrative in the preceding section had obliged me to suspend. The day after my arrival at the Cape of Good Hope, I went on shore and waited on the Governor, Baron Plettenberg, and other principal officers, who received and treated us with the greatest politeness, contributing all in their power to make it agreeable. And, as there are few people more obliging to strangers than the Dutch in general at this place, and refreshments of all kinds are nowhere to be got in such abundance, we enjoyed some real repose after the fatigues of a long voyage. The good treatment which strangers meet with at the Cape of Good Hope, and the necessity of breathing a little fresh air, has introduced a custom, not common anywhere else. At least I have nowhere seen it so strictly observed, which is, for all the officers who can be spared out of the ship, to reside on shore. We followed this custom. Myself, the 2 Mr. Forsters, and Mr. Sparman took up our abode with Mr. Brandt, a gentleman well known to the English by his obliging readiness to serve them. My first care after my arrival was to procure fresh-baked bread, fresh meat, greens and wine for those who remained on board. And being provided every day during our stay with these articles, they were soon restored to their usual strength. We had only 3 men on board whom it was thought necessary to send on shore for the recovery of their health. And for these I procured quarters at the rate of 30 stivers, or half a crown, per day, for which they were provided with victuals, drink, and lodging. We now went to work to supply all our defects. For this purpose, by permission, we erected a tent on shore, to which we sent our casks and sails to be repaired. We also struck the yards and topmasts in order to overhaul the rigging, which we found in so bad a condition that almost everything except the standing rigging was obliged to be replaced with new, and that was purchased at a most exorbitant price. In the article of naval stores, the Dutch here as well as at Batavia take a shameful advantage of the distress of foreigners. That our rigging, sails and so forth should be worn out will not be wondered at when it is known that during this circumnavigation of the globe, that is, From our leaving this place to our return to it again, we had sailed no less than 20,000 leagues, an extent of voyage nearly equal to 3 times the equatorial circumference of the earth, and which, I apprehend, was never sailed by any ship in the same space of time before. And yet, in all this great run, which had been made in all latitudes between 9 degrees and 71, we sprung neither low masts, topmast, lower, nor topsail yard, nor so much as broke a lower or topmast shroud, which, with the great care and abilities of my officers, must be owing to the good properties of our ship. One of the French ships which were at anchor in the bay was the Ajax Indiaman, bound to Pondicherry, commanded by Captain Crozet. He had been second in command with Captain Marion, who sailed from this place with 2 ships in March 1772, as hath been already mentioned. Instead of going from hence to America, as was said, he stood away for New Zealand, where, in the Bay of Isles, he and some of his people were killed by the inhabitants. Captain Crozet, who succeeded to the command, returned by the way of the Philippine Isles with the 2 ships to the island of Mauritius. He seemed to be a man possessed of the true spirit of discovery and to have abilities. In a very obliging manner, he communicated to me a chart wherein were delineated not only his own discoveries, but also that of Captain Kerguelen, which I found laid down in the very situation where we searched for it, so that I can by no means conceive how both we and the adventure missed it. Besides this land, which Captain Crozet told us was a long but very narrow island, extending east and west, Captain Marion, in about the latitude of 48 degrees south, and from 16 degrees to 30 degrees of longitude east of the Cape of Good Hope, discovered 6 islands, which were high and barren. These, together with some islands lying between the Line and the southern tropic in the Pacific Ocean, were the principal discoveries made in this voyage, the account of which, we were told, was ready for publication. By Captain Crozet's chart it appeared that a voyage had been made by the French across the South Pacific Ocean in 1769 under the command of one Captain Surville, who, on condition of his attempting discoveries, had obtained leave to make a trading voyage to the coast of Peru. He fitted out and took in a cargo in some part of the East Indies, proceeded by way of the Philippine Isles, passed near New Britain, and discovered some land in the latitude of 10 degrees south, longitude 158 degrees east, to which he gave his own name. From hence he steered to the south, passed but a few degrees to the west of New Caledonia, fell in with New Zealand at its northern extremity and put into Doubtful Bay, where, it seems, he was when I passed it on my former voyage in the Endeavour. From New Zealand, Captain Surville steered to the east, between the latitude of 35 degrees and 41 degrees south, until he arrived on the coast of America, where, in the port of Callao, in attempting to land, he was drowned. These voyages of the French, though undertaken by private adventurers, have contributed something towards exploring the Southern Ocean. That of Captain Surville clears up a mistake which I was led into in imagining the shoals off the west end of New Caledonia to extend to the west as far as New Holland. It proves that there is an open sea in that space, and that we saw the northwest extremity of that country. From the same gentleman we learnt that the ship which had been at Otaheite before our first arrival there this voyage was from New Spain, and that in her return she had discovered some islands in the latitude of 32 degrees south and under the meridian of 130 degrees west. Some other islands, said to be discovered by the Spaniards, appeared on this chart, but Captain Crozet seemed to think they were inserted from no good authorities. We were likewise informed of a later voyage undertaken by the French, under the command of Captain Kerguelen, which had ended much to the disgrace of that commander. While we lay in Table Bay, several foreign ships put in and out, bound to and from India viz. In English, French, Danes, Swedes, and 3 Spanish frigates, 2 of them going to and 1 coming from Manila. It is but very lately that the Spanish ships have touched here, and these were the first that were allowed the same privileges as other European-friendly nations. On examining our rudder, the pintles were found to be loose, and we were obliged to unhang it and take it on shore to repair. We were also delayed for want of caulkers to caulk the ship, which was absolutely necessary to be done before we put to sea. At length I obtained 2 workmen from one of the Dutch ships, and the Dutton English East Indiaman coming in from Bengal, Captain Rice obliged me with 2 more, so that by the 26th of April this work was finished. And having got on board all necessary stores and a fresh supply of provisions and water, we took leave of the governor and other principal officers, and the next morning repaired on board. Soon after, the wind coming fair, we weighed and put to sea, as did also the Spanish frigate Juno from Manila, a Danish Indiaman, and the Dutton. As soon as we were under sail, we saluted the garrison with 13 guns, which compliment was immediately returned with the same number. The Spanish frigate and Danish Indiaman both saluted us as we passed them, and I returned each salute with an equal number of guns. When we were clear of the bay, the Danish ship steered for the East Indies, the Spanish frigate for Europe, and we and the Dutton for St Helena. Depending on the goodness of Mr. Kendall's watch, I resolved to try to make the island by a direct course. For the first 6 days, that is, till we got into the latitude of 27 degrees south, longitude 11 degrees and a half west. Of the Cape, the winds were southerly and SE. After this, we had variable light airs for 2 days. They were succeeded by a wind at SE, which continued to the island, except a part of one day, when it was at NE. In general, the wind blew faint all the passage, which made it longer than common. At daybreak in the morning of the 15th of May, we saw the island of St Helena at the distance of 14 leagues, and at midnight anchored in the road before the town on the northwest side of the island. At sunrise the next morning, the castle and also the Dutton saluted us, each with 13 guns. On my landing soon after, I was saluted by the castle with the same number, and each of the salutes was returned by the ship. Governor Sceto and the principal gentlemen of the island received and treated me, during my stay, with the greatest politeness, by showing me every kind of civility in their power. Whoever views St Helena in its present state, and can but conceive what it must have been originally, will not hastily charge the inhabitants with want of industry, though perhaps they might apply it to more advantage, were more land appropriated to planting of corn, vegetables, roots, and so on, instead of being laid out in pasture, which is the present mode. But this is not likely to happen, so long as the greatest part of it remains in the hands of the company and their servants. Without industrious planters, this island can never flourish, and be in a condition to supply the shipping with the necessary refreshments. Within these 3 years, a new church has been built. Some other new buildings were in hand. A commodious landing place for boats has been made, and several other improvements, which add both strength and beauty to the place. During our stay here, we finished some necessary repairs of the ship, which we had not time to do at the Cape. We also filled all our empty water casks, and the crew were served with fresh beef, purchased at 5 pence per pound. Their beef is exceedingly good, and is the only refreshment to be had worth mentioning. By a series of observations made at the Cape Town and at James Fort in St Helena, at the former by Messrs Mason and Dixon, and at the latter by Mr Maskelyne, the Astronomer Royal, the difference of longitude between these 2 places is 24 degrees 12 minutes 15 seconds, only 2 miles more than Mr Kendall's watch made. The lunar observations made by Mr Wales before we arrived at the island, and after we left it, and reduced to it by the watch, gave 5 degrees 51 minutes for the longitude of James Fort, which is only 5 miles more west than it is placed by Mr Maskelyne. In like manner, the longitude of the Cape Town was found within 5 minutes of the truth. I mention this to show how near the longitude of places may be found by the lunar method, even at sea, with the assistance of a good watch. The Second Voyage of Captain James Cook, Volume 2, Book 2, From Leaving New Zealand to Our Return to England. Chapter 10. Passage from St Helena to the Western Islands, with a description of the island of Ascension and Fernando, Noronha. On the 21st in the evening, I took leave of the governor and repaired on board. Upon my leaving the shore, I was saluted with 13 guns, and upon my getting under sail, with the Dutton in company, I was saluted with 13 more, both of which I returned. After leaving St Helena, the Dutton was ordered to steer northwest by west or northwest by compass in order to avoid falling in with Ascension, at which island, it was said, an illicit trade was carried on between the officers of the India Company's ships and some vessels from North America who, of late years, had frequented the island on pretense of fishing whales or catching turtle, when their real design was to wait the coming of the India ships. In order to prevent their homeward-bound ships from falling in with these smugglers and to put a stop to this illicit trade, the Dutton was ordered to steer the course above mentioned till to the northward of Ascension. I kept company with this ship till the 24th, when, after putting a packet on board her for the Admiralty, we parted, she continuing her course to the northwest, and I steering for Ascension. In the morning of the 28th I made the island, and the same evening anchored in Cross Bay on the northwest side in 10 fathoms water, the bottom a fine sand, and half a mile from the shore. The Cross Hill, so called on account of a cross or flagstaff erected upon it, bore by compass south 38 degrees east, and the two extreme points of the bay extended from northeast. To SWW. We remained here till the evening of the 31st, and notwithstanding we had several parties out every night, we got but 24 turtle, it being rather too late in the season. However, as they weighed between 400 or 500 pounds each, we thought ourselves not ill off. We might have had a plentiful supply of fish in general, especially of that sort called old wives, of which I have nowhere seen such abundance. There were also cavaliers, conger eels, and various other sorts. But the catching of any of these was not attended to, the object being turtle. There are abundance of goats and aquatic birds, such as men of war and tropic birds, boobies, and so on. The island of Ascension is about 10 miles in length, in the direction of northwest and southeast, and about 5 or 6 in breadth. It shows a surface composed of barren hills and valleys, on the most of which not a shrub or plant is to be seen for several miles, and where we found nothing but stones and sand, or rather flags and ashes. An indubitable sign that the isle, at some remote time, has been destroyed by a volcano, which has thrown up vast heaps of stones and even hills. Between these heaps of stones we found a smooth, even surface composed of ashes and sand, and very good travelling upon it, but one may as easily walk over broken glass bottles as over the stones. If the foot deceives you, you are sure to be cut or lamed, which happened to some of our people. A high mountain at the southeast end of the isle seems to be left in its original state, and to have escaped the general destruction. Its soil is a kind of white marl, which yet retains its vegetative qualities, and produceth a kind of purslane, spurge, and 1 or 2 grasses. On these the goats subsist, and it is at this part of the isle where they are to be found, as also land crabs, which are said to be very good. I was told that about this part of the isle is some very good land on which might be raised many necessary articles, and some have been at the trouble of sowing turnips and other useful vegetables. I was also told there is a fine spring in a valley which disjoins 2 hills on the top of the mountain above mentioned, besides great quantities of fresh water in holes in the rocks, which the person who gave me this information believed was collected from rains. But these supplies of water can only be of use to the traveller, or to those who may be so unfortunate as to be shipwrecked on the island, which seems to have been the fate of some not long ago, as appeared by the remains of a wreck we found on the NE side. By what we could judge, she seemed to have been a vessel of about 150 tons burthen. While we lay in the road, a sloop of about 70 tons burthen came to an anchor by us. She belonged to New York, which place she left in February, and having been to the coast of Guinea with a cargo of goods, was come here to take in turtle to carry to Barbados. This was the story which the master, whose name was Greaves, was pleased to tell, and which may, in part, be true. But I believe the chief view of his coming here was the expectation of meeting with some of the India ships. He had been in the island near a week, and had got on board 20 turtle. A sloop belonging to Bermuda had sailed but a few days before, with 105 on board, which was as many as she could take in. But having turned several more on the different sandy beaches, they had ripped open their bellies, taken out the eggs, and left their carcasses to putrefy. An act as inhuman as injurious to those who came after them. Part of the account I have given of the interior parts of this island I received from Captain Greaves, who seemed to be a sensible, intelligent man, and had been all over it. He sailed in the morning of the same day we did. Turtle, I am told, are to be found at this isle from January to June. The method of catching them is to have people upon the several sandy bays, to watch their coming on shore to lay their eggs, which is always in the night, and then to turn them on their backs till there be an opportunity to take them off the next day. It was recommended to us to send a good many men to each beach, where they were to lie quiet till the turtle were ashore, and then rise and turn them at once. This method may be the best when the turtle are numerous, but when there are but few, 3 or 4 men are sufficient for the largest beach, and if they keep patrolling it close to the wash of the surf during the night, by this method they will see all that come ashore and cause less noise than if there were more of them. It was by this method we caught the most we got, and this is the method by which the Americans take them. Nothing is more certain than that all the turtle which are found about this island come here for the sole purpose of laying their eggs. For we met with none but females, and of all those which we caught, not one had any food worth mentioning in its stomach. A sure sign, in my opinion, that they must have been a long time without any. And this may be the reason why the flesh of them is not so good as some I have eat on the coast of New South Wales, which were caught on the spot where they fed. The watch made 8 degrees 45 minutes difference of longitude between St Helena and Ascension, which, added to 5 degrees 49 minutes the longitude of James Fort in St Helena, gives 14 degrees 34 minutes for the longitude of the Road of Ascension, or 14 degrees 30 minutes for the middle of the island, the latitude of which is 8 degrees south. The lunar observations made by Mr. Wales and reduced to the same point of the island by the watch gave 14 degrees 28 minutes 30 seconds west longitude. On the 31st of May, we left Ascension and steered to the northward with a fine gale at southeast by east. I had a great desire to visit the island of St. Matthew to settle its situation, but as I found the wind would not let me fetch it, I steered for the island of Fernando de Noronha on the coast of Brazil in order to determine its longitude, as I could not find this had yet been done. Perhaps I should have performed a more acceptable service to navigation if I had gone in search of the island of St. Paul and those shoals which are said to lie near the equator and about the meridian of 20 degrees west, as neither their situation nor existence are well known. The truth is, I was unwilling to prolong the passage in searching for what I was not sure to find, nor was I willing to give up every object which might tend to the improvement of navigation or geography, for the sake of getting home a week or a fortnight sooner. It is but seldom that opportunities of this kind offer, and when they do, they are too often neglected. In our passage to Fernando de Noronha, we had steady fresh gales between the SE and ESE, attended with fair and clear weather, and as we had the advantage of the moon, a day or night did not pass without making lunar observations for determining our longitude. In this run, the variation of the compass gradually decreased from 11 degrees west, which it was at Ascension, to 1 degree west, which we found off Fernando de Noronha. This was the mean result of 2 compasses, one of which gave 1 degree 37 minutes and the other 23 minutes west. On the 9th of June at noon, we made the island of Fernando de Noronha, bearing southwest by west 1/2 west, distant 6 or 7 leagues, as we afterwards found by the log. It appeared in detached and peaked hills, the largest of which looked like a church tower or steeple. As we drew near the southeast part of the isle, we perceived several unconnected sunken rocks lying near a league from the shore, on which the sea broke in a great surf. After standing very near these rocks, we hoisted our colours, and then bore up round the north end of the isle, or rather round a group of little islots, for we could see that the land was divided by narrow channels. There is a strong fort on the one next the main island, where there are several others, all of which seem to have every advantage that nature can give them, and they are so disposed as wholly to command all the anchoring and landing places about the island. We continued to steer round the northern point till the sandy beaches, before which is the road for shipping, began to appear, and the forts and the peaked hills were open to the westward of the said point. At this time, on a gun being fired from one of the forts, the Portuguese colours were displayed, and the example was followed by all the other forts. As the purpose for which I made the island was now answered, I had no intention to anchor, and therefore, after firing a gun to leeward, we made sail and stood away to the northward with a fine fresh gale at east-southeast. The peaked hill or church tower bore S, 27 degrees W, distant about 4 or 5 miles, and from this point of view it leans or overhangs to the east. This hill is nearly in the middle of the island, which nowhere exceeds 2 leagues in extent, and shows a hilly, unequal surface, mostly covered with wood and herbage. Ulloa says, "This island hath 2 harbours capable of receiving ships of the greatest burden. One is on the north side, and the other is on the northwest. The former is, in every respect, the principal, both for shelter and capacity, and the goodness of its bottom. But both are exposed to the north and west, though these winds, particularly the north, are periodical and of no long continuance." He further says that you anchor in the North Harbour, which is no more than what I would call a road, to 13 fathoms water, 1/3 of a league from shore, bottom of fine sand, the peaked hill above, mentioned bearing southwest, 2 degrees southerly. Asterisk. This road seems to be well sheltered from the south and east winds. One of my seamen had been on board a Dutch India ship, who put in at this isle in her way out in 1770. They were very sickly, and in want of refreshments and water. The Portuguese supplied them with some buffaloes and fowls, and they watered behind one of the beaches in a little pool, which was hardly big enough to dip a bucket in. By reducing the observed latitude at noon to the peaked hill, its latitude will be 3 degrees 53 minutes south, and its longitude, by the watch, carried on from St Helena, is 32 degrees 34 minutes west. And by observations of the sun and moon made before and after we made the isle, and reduced to it by the watch, 32 degrees 44 minutes 30 seconds west. This was the mean result of my observations. The results of those made by Mr. Wales, which were more numerous, gave 32 degrees 23 minutes. The mean of the two will be pretty near the watch, and probably nearest the truth. By knowing the longitude of this isle, we are able to determine that of the adjacent east coast of Brazil, which, according to the modern charts, lies about 60 or 70 leagues more to the west. We might very safely have trusted to these charts, especially the variation chart for 1744 and Mr. Dalrymple's of the Southern Atlantic Ocean dagger. On the 11th, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, we crossed the equator in the longitude of 32 degrees 14 minutes west. We had fresh gales at east-southeast, blowing in squalls, attended by showers of rain that continued at certain intervals till noon the next day, after which we had 24 hours fair weather. At noon on the 13th, being in the latitude of 3 degrees 49 minutes north, longitude 31 degrees 47 minutes west, the wind became variable, between the northeast and southeast, and we had light airs and squalls by turns, attended by hard showers of rain, and for the most part dark, gloomy weather, which continued till the evening of the 15th, when, in the latitude of 5 degrees 47 minutes north, longitude 31 degrees west, we had 3 calm days, in which time we did not advance above 10 or 12 leagues to the north. We had fair weather and rain by turns, the sky for the most part being obscured, and sometimes by heavy dense clouds which broke in excessive hard showers. At 7 o'clock in the evening on the 18th, the calm was succeeded by a breeze at east, which the next day increasing and veering to and fixing at northeast, we stretched to northwest, with our tacks on board. We made no doubt that we had now got the NE trade wind, as it was attended with fair weather, except now and then some light showers of rain. And as we advanced to the north, the wind increased and blew a fresh top-gallant gale. On the 21st, I ordered the still to be fitted to the largest copper, which held about 64 gallons. The fire was lighted at 4 o'clock in the morning, and at 6 the still began to run. It was continued till 6 o'clock in the evening, in which time we obtained 32 gallons of fresh water at the expense of 1 bushel and a half of coals, which was about 3/4 of a bushel more than was necessary to have boiled the ship's company's victuals only. But the expense of fuel was no object with me. The victuals were dressed in the small copper, the other being applied wholly to the still, and every method was made use of to obtain from it the greatest quantity of fresh water possible, as this was my sole motive for setting it to work. The mercury in the thermometer at noon was 84.5, and higher it is seldom found at sea. Had it been lower, more water, under the same circumstances, would undoubtedly have been produced. For the colder the air is, the cooler you can keep the still, which will condense the steam the faster. Upon the whole, this is an useful invention, but I would advise no man to trust wholly to it. For although you may, provided you have plenty of fuel and good coppers, obtain as much water as will support life, you cannot, with all your efforts, obtain sufficient to support health in hot climates, especially where it is the most wanting. For I am well convinced that nothing contributes more to the health of seamen than having plenty of water. The wind now remained invariably fixed at northeast and east-northeast, and blew fresh with squalls, attended with showers of rain, and the sky for the most part cloudy. On the 25th, in the latitude of 16 degrees 12 minutes north, longitude 37 degrees 20 minutes west, seeing a ship to windward steering down upon us, we shortened sail in order to speak with her, but finding she was Dutch by her colours, we made sail again and left her to pursue her course, which we supposed was to some of the Dutch settlements in the West Indies. In the latitude of 20 degrees north, longitude 39 degrees 45 minutes west, the wind began to veer to east, by N and E, but the weather remained the same. That is, we continued to have it clear and cloudy by turns, with light squalls and showers. Our track was between northwest by north and north-northwest till noon on the 28th, after which our course made good was north by west, being at this time in the latitude of 21 degrees 21 minutes, north longitude 40 degrees 6 minutes west. Afterwards, the wind began to blow a little more steady, and was attended with fair and clear weather. At 2 o'clock in the morning of the 30th, being in the latitude of 24 degrees 20 minutes north, longitude 40 degrees 47 minutes west, a ship steering to the westward passed us within hail. We judged her to be English, as they answered us in that language, but we could not understand what they said, and they were presently out of sight. In the latitude of 29 degrees 30 minutes, longitude 41 degrees 30 minutes, the wind slackened and veered more to the southeast. We now began to see some of that sea plant, which is commonly called Gulf weed, from a supposition that it comes from the Gulf of Florida. Indeed, for aught I know to the contrary, it may be a fact, but it seems not necessary, as it is certainly a plant which vegetates at sea. We continued to see it, but always in small pieces, till we reached the latitude 36 degrees, longitude 39 degrees west, beyond which situation no more appeared. On the 5th of July, in the latitude of 22 degrees 31 minutes 30 seconds north, longitude 40 degrees 29 minutes west, the wind veered to the east and blew very faint. The next day it was calm. The 2 following days we had variable light airs and calms by turns, and at length, on the 9th, having fixed at south-southwest, it increased to a fresh gale, with which we steered first northeast and then east-northeast, with a view of making some of the Azores or Western Isles. On the 11th, in the latitude of 36 degrees 45 minutes north, longitude 36 degrees 45 minutes west, we saw a sail which was steering to the west, and the next day we saw 3 more. The Second Voyage of Captain James Cook, Volume 2, Book 2, From Leaving New Zealand to Our Return to England. Chapter 11. Arrival of the ship at the island of Fayal, a description of the place and the return of the Resolution to England. At 5 o'clock in the evening of the 13th, we made the island of Fayal, one of the Azores, and soon after that of Pico, under which we spent the night in making short boards. At daybreak the next morning, we bore away for the bay of Fayal, or de Horta, where at 8 o'clock we anchored in 20 fathoms water, a clear, sandy bottom, and something more than half a mile from the shore. Here we moored northeast and southwest, being directed so to do by the master of the port, who came on board before we dropped anchor. When moored, the southwest. Point of the bay bore S 16 degrees W and the NE point N 33 degrees E. The church at the NE end of the town, N 38 degrees W, the west point of St George's Island. N 42 degrees east, distant 8 leagues, and the Isle of Pico, extending from north 74 degrees east to south 46 degrees east, distant 4 or 5 miles. We found in the bay the Pourvoyeur, a large French frigate, an American sloop, and a brig belonging to the place. She had come last from the river Amazon, where she took in a cargo of provision from the Cape Verde Islands, but not being able to find them, she steered for this place, where she anchored about half an hour before us. As my sole design in stopping here was to give Mr. Wales an opportunity to find the rate of the watch, the better to enable us to fix with some degree of certainty the longitude of these islands. The moment we anchored, I sent an officer to wait on the English consul and to notify our arrival to the governor, requesting his permission for Mr. Wales to make observations on shore for the purpose above mentioned. Mr. Dent, who acted as consul in the absence of Mr. Gathorne, not only procured this permission, but accommodated Mr. Wales with a convenient place in his garden to set up his instruments, so that he was enabled to observe equal altitudes the same day. We were not more obliged to Mr. Dent for the very friendly readiness he showed in procuring us this and every other thing we wanted, than for the very liberal and hospitable entertainment we met with at his house, which was open to accommodate us both night and day. During our stay, the ship's company was served with fresh beef, and we took on board about 15 tons of water, which we brought off in the country boats at the rate of about 3 shillings per ton. Ships are allowed to water with their own boats, but the many inconveniencies attending it more than overbalance the expense of hiring shore boats, which is the most general custom. Fresh provisions for present use may be got, such as beef, vegetables and fruit, and hogs, sheep and poultry for sea stock, all at a pretty reasonable price, but I do not know that any sea provisions are to be had, except wine. The bullocks and hogs are very good, but the sheep are small and wretchedly poor. The principal produce of Fayal is wheat and Indian corn, with which they supply Pico and some of the other isles. The chief town is called Vila de Horta. It is situated in the bottom of the bay, close to the edge of the sea, and is defended by 2 castles, one at each end of the town, and a wall of stonework extending along the seashore from the one to the other. but these works are suffered to go to decay and serve more for show than strength. They heighten the prospect of the city, which makes a fine appearance from the road. But if we except the Jesuits' college, the monasteries and churches, there is not another building that has anything to recommend it, either outside or in. There is not a glass window in the place, except what are in the churches, and in a country house which lately belonged to the English consul, all the others being latticed, which, to an Englishman, makes them look like prisons. This little city, like all others belonging to the Portuguese, is crowded with religious buildings, there being no less than 3 convents of men and 2 of women, and 8 churches, including those belonging to the convents and the one in the Jesuits' college. This college is a fine structure and is situated on an elevation in the pleasantest part of the city. Since the expulsion of that order, it has been suffered to go to decay and will probably in a few years be no better than a heap of ruins. Fayal, although the most noted for wines, does not raise sufficient for its own consumption. This article is raised on Pico, where there is no road for shipping, but being brought to De Horta and from thence shipped abroad, chiefly to America, it has acquired the name of Fayal wine. The bay, or road of Fayal, is situated at the east end of the isle, before the Villa de Horta, and facing the west end of Pico. It is 2 miles broad and 3/4 of a mile deep, and hath a semicircular form. The depth of water is from 20 to 10, and even 6 fathoms, a sandy bottom, except near the shore, and particularly near the south-west head, off which the bottom is rocky, also without the line which joins the 2 points of the bay, so that it is not safe to anchor far out. The bearing before mentioned, taken when at anchor, will direct anyone to the best ground. It is by no means a bad road, but the winds most to be apprehended are those which blow from between the south-southwest and southeast. The former is not so dangerous as the latter, because with it you can always get to sea. Besides this road there is a small cove round the southwest point, called Porto Pierre, in which I am told a ship or 2 may lie in tolerable safety, and where they sometimes heave small vessels down. A Portuguese captain told me that about half a league from the road in the direction of SE, in a line between it and the south side of Pico, lies a sunken rock, over which is 22 feet water, and on which the sea breaks in hard gales from the south. He also assured me that of all the shoals that are laid down in our charts and pilot books about these isles, not one has any existence but the one between the islands of St Michael and St Mary, called Hormingan. This account may be believed without relying entirely upon it. He further informed me that it is 45 leagues from Fayal to the island of Flores, and that there runs a strong tide between Fayal and Pico, the flood setting to the northeast and the ebb to the southwest, but that, out at sea, the direction is east and west. Mr. Wales, having observed the times of high and low water by the shore, concluded that it must be high water at the full and change about 12 o'clock, and the water riseth about 4 or 5 feet. The distance between Fayal and Flores was confirmed by Mr. Rebiers, lieutenant of the French frigate, who told me that after being by estimation 2 leagues due south of Flores, they made 44 leagues on a SE by E course by compass to St. Catherine's Point on Fayal. I found the latitude of the ship at anchor 38 degrees 31 minutes 55 seconds north in the bay. By a mean of 17 sets of lunar 28-24-30 west observations and reduced to the bay by the watch, the longitude was made. By a mean of 6 sets after leaving it, 28-53-22, and reduced back by the watch. Longitude by observation 28-38-56. Ditto by the watch 28-55-45. Error of the watch on our arrival at 16:26½, Portsmouth. True longitude by the watch 28:39:18½. I found the variation of the compass, by several azimuths taken by different compasses on board the ship to agree very well with the like observations made by Mr. Wales on shore, and yet the variation thus found is greater by 5 degrees than we found it to be at sea, for the azimuths taken on board the evening before we came into the bay gave no more than 16 degrees 18 minutes west. Variation, and the evening after we came out 17 degrees 33 minutes west. I shall now give some account of the variation as observed in our run from the island of Fernando de Noronha to Fayal. The least variation we found was 37 minutes west, which was the day after we left Fernando de Noronha, and in the latitude of 33 degrees south, longitude 32 degrees 16 minutes west. The next day, being nearly in the same longitude, and in the latitude of 1 degree 25 minutes north, it was 1 degree 23 minutes west, and we did not find it increase till we got into the latitude of 5 degrees north, longitude 31 degrees west. After this our compasses gave different variation, viz. from 3 degrees 57 minutes to 5 degrees 11 minutes west, till we arrived in the latitude of 26 degrees 44 minutes north, longitude 41 degrees west, when we found 6 degrees west. It then increased gradually, so that in the latitude of 35 degrees north, longitude 40 degrees west, it was 10 degrees 24 minutes west. In the latitude of 38 degrees 12 minutes north, longitude 32 degrees 1/2 west, it was 14 degrees 47 minutes, and in sight of Fayal 16 degrees 18 minutes west, as mentioned above. Having left the bay at 4 in the morning of the 19th, I steered for the west end of St George's Island. As soon as we had passed it, I steered east, 1/2 S for the island of Terceira, and after having run 13 leagues, we were not more than 1 league from the west end. I now edged away for the north side, with a view of ranging the coast to the eastern point in order to ascertain the length of the island. But the weather coming on very thick and hazy, and night approaching, I gave up the design and proceeded with all expedition for England. On the 29th, we made the land near Plymouth. The next morning, we anchored at Spithead, and the same day I landed at Portsmouth and set out for London, in company with Messrs. Wales, Forsters and Hodges. Having been absent from England 3 years and 18 days, in which time, and under all changes of climate, I lost but 4 men, and only one of them by sickness, it may not be amiss, at the conclusion of this journal, to enumerate the several causes to which, under the care of Providence, I conceive this uncommon good state of health, experienced by my people, was owing. In the introduction, mention has been made of the extraordinary attention paid by the Admiralty in causing such articles to be put on board, as either from experience or suggestion it was judged would tend to preserve the health of the seamen. I shall not trespass upon the reader's time in mentioning them all, but confine myself to such as were found the most useful. We were furnished with a quantity of malt, of which was made sweet wort. To such of the men as showed the least symptoms of the scurvy, and also to such as were thought to be threatened with that disorder, this was given from 1 to 2 or 3 pints a day each man, or in such proportion as the surgeon found necessary, which sometimes amounted to 3 quarts. This is, without doubt, one of the best anti-scorbutic sea medicines yet discovered, and if used in time, will, with proper attention to other things, I am persuaded, prevent the scurvy from making any great progress for a considerable while. But I am not altogether of opinion that it will cure it at sea. Sauerkraut, of which we had a large quantity, is not only a wholesome vegetable food, but in my judgment highly anti-scorbutic, and it spoils not by keeping. A pound of this was served to each man when at sea, twice a week or oftener as was thought necessary. Portable broth was another great article of which we had a large supply. An ounce of this to each man, or such other proportion as circumstances pointed out, was boiled in their peas 3 days in the week. And when we were in places where vegetables were to be got, it was boiled with them, and wheat or oatmeal every morning for breakfast, and also with peas and vegetables for dinner. It enabled us to make several nourishing and wholesome messes, and was the means of making the people eat a greater quantity of vegetables than they would otherwise have done. Rob of lemon and orange is an antiscorbutic we were not without. The surgeon made use of it in many cases, with great success. Amongst the articles of victualling, we were supplied with sugar in the room of oil, and with wheat for a part of our oatmeal, and were certainly gainers by the exchange. Sugar, I apprehend, is a very good antiscorbutic, whereas oil, such as the Navy is usually supplied with, I am of opinion has the contrary effect. But the introduction of the most salutary articles, either as provisions or medicines, will generally prove unsuccessful, unless supported by certain regulations. On this principle, many years' experience, together with some hints I had from Sir Hugh Palliser, Captains Campbell, Wallis, and other intelligent officers, enabled me to lay a plan whereby all was to be governed. The crew were at 3 watches, except upon some extraordinary occasions. By this means they were not so much exposed to the weather as if they had been at watch, and had generally dry clothes to shift themselves when they happened to get wet. Care was also taken to expose them as little to wet weather as possible. Proper methods were used to keep their persons, hammocks, bedding, clothes, and so forth constantly clean and dry. Equal care was taken to keep the ship clean and dry betwixt decks. Once or twice a week she was aired with fires, and when this could not be done she was smoked with gunpowder mixed with vinegar or water. I had also, frequently, a fire made in an iron pot at the bottom of the well, which was of great use in purifying the air in the lower parts of the ship. To this, and to cleanliness, as well in the ship as amongst the people, too great attention cannot be paid. The least neglect occasions a putrid and disagreeable smell below, which nothing but fires will remove. Proper attention was paid to the ship's coppers, so that they were kept constantly clean. The fat which boiled out of the salt beef and pork I never suffered to be given to the people, being of opinion that it promotes the scurvy. I was careful to take in water wherever it was to be got, even though we did not want it, because I look upon fresh water from the shore to be more wholesome than that which has been kept some time on board a ship. Of this essential article we were never at an allowance, but had always plenty for every necessary purpose. Navigators in general cannot indeed expect, nor would they wish to meet with such advantages in this respect, as fell to my lot. The nature of our voyage carried us into very high latitudes, but the hardships and dangers inseparable from that situation were in some degree compensated by the singular felicity we enjoyed, of extracting inexhaustible supplies of fresh water from an ocean strewed with ice. We came to few places where either the art of man or the bounty of nature had not provided some sort of refreshment or other, either in the animal or vegetable way. It was my first care to procure whatever of any kind could be met with by every means in my power, and to oblige our people to make use thereof, both by my example and authority. But the benefits arising from refreshments of any kind soon became so obvious that I had little occasion to recommend the one or to exert the other. It doth not become me to say how far the principal objects of our voyage have been obtained, though it hath not abounded with remarkable events, nor been diversified by sudden transitions of fortune, though my relation of it has been more employed in tracing our course by sea than in recording our operations on shore. This, perhaps, is a circumstance from which the curious reader may infer that the purposes for which we were sent into the southern hemisphere were diligently and effectually pursued. Had we found out a continent there, we might have been better enabled to gratify curiosity, but we hope our not having found it, after all our persevering researches, will leave less room for future speculation about unknown worlds remaining to be explored. But, whatever may be the public judgment about other matters, it is with real satisfaction, and without claiming any merit but that of attention to my duty, that I can conclude this account with an observation which facts enable me to make. that our having discovered the possibility of preserving health amongst a numerous ship's company for such a length of time in such varieties of climate and amidst such continued hardships and fatigues will make this voyage remarkable in the opinion of every benevolent person, when the disputes about a southern continent shall have ceased to engage the attention and to divide the judgment of philosophers. This is the end of Volume 2, Book 2 of Captain James Cook's relation of his second voyage and the end of his second voyage. Thank you for listening.